Aluhu. Aluhu. Eshadala and the Walea Botenu. Abiaba Mabiaska Babiako. Atakados, Weshameka Quados, Madushameka, Lumahe. Wishamli Bene Israel, El Sharada, so El Shabbat, the daughter Tama, the Ola. Beni Bene Israel, Oti Lola. Kisha Shemi Masa, El Shaddai, Wa Shabayin. With Adits, Ubayom Masbi, Shabbat, Wa Nafash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kedushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlok, Lolam Wahe. Baruch Shem Kabol Makuto, Lolam Wahe. Baruch Kabol Elohim, Kumon Leket Yom. Aluhu, Lolam Wahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, or who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. Please receive it. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
We're not learning our lessons. We're not learning our lessons. We're not learning our lessons. And the only way to learn the ways of God, nothing else is going to teach you the ways of God if you don't read. You're going to be doing everything else, but your ways still going to stink.
That's right.
But your ways are still going to stink.
That's right.
You know why your ways are going to continue to stink before God? Because you don't read. God commanded the king to read the law every day of his life so that his heart don't be lifted up, not above God. He said that his heart be not lifted up above your own brother, which means there are certain things that you shouldn't say. There are certain things that you shouldn't do because it denotes pride.
That's right.
I said it denotes pride, and it denotes and it shows that your heart is above your brother.
That's right.
Okay? Now, when it said brother, it specifies and talks about your brother, right? One that lives like you. We we serve the same God.
That's right.
I said we serve the same God. So that's why God commanded the king to read that law every day of his life so that he may learn, so that his heart won't be lifted up above his brethren, so that he may learn the fear of God by reading. Now, this is not something that happens overnight. I got to read that book every day. Every day of my life, I got to be reading with the desire to do, with the desire to fulfill, with the desire to become better before God.
That's right.
That's the goal in life, to become better with God. When you become better with God, then you will begin to treat people better. Then you will begin to deal with people better in a certain fashion, form, or way, because God teaches that. When you read the book, the Lord teaches you that. But you got too much mucus in your pupils. It's clouding your judgment. You can't see. Why? Because you refuse to change.
That's right.
We refuse to change. Changes begins when a person can acknowledge their fault.
That's right.
That's when you're going to begin to change.
That's right.
When I can look at and see and realize what I did
and said, man, you know what? I'm wrong.
That's right.
I shouldn't have said that. You know what? I'm wrong. I shouldn't have done that. You know what? I'm wrong. What's wrong with our mental state? Some of us need therapy. Yeah. Some of us need to go and sit before a shrink and get therapy because your actions is distorted. Now, our forefathers, they need none of that. Today, people need therapy, sister. Yeah. Because you can't figure out your actions in the way in your thinking pattern. Can't figure that out. I can figure it out for you. Iniquity.
That's right.
Iniquity brings a blemish. It brings flaws.
That's
it
right.
brings defect.
That's
and
right.
when you have flaws and defects and blemishes on your soul, on your spirit,
That's
it's
right.
not a physical defect.
That's right.
It's called moral stain. It's a defect that only God can see. God can see those defects. And when God sees those defects, he pushes you away.
Yeah.
You put distance between you and God. You could be praying and you still have defects. You could be reading and you still have defects. You could be doing laws and you still have defects. So stop looking at yourself like you above the clouds.
That's right.
Yeah, you do law, but you still got defects. Yeah, I don't eat blood and fat, but you don't still have defects.
That's right.
The same defects that the one eat blood and fat got.
Yeah.
Like kicking this table, man. So now, because if you have this mentality, then you won't violate and act according to the way you be acting and doing.
That's right.
The only thing that teach you that is God. You know what told me that? Ezra. Read Ezra, man. Read about Ezra. Ezra, listen, man. Yeah, it made me angry, man, because we don't read, number one. We don't read at all. But you expect to be righteous and just before God.
Yeah.
Where you getting this terminology from?
You hear that?
You expect to be just and righteous before God, but Talia, nobody opens the book.
All right.
Talia, the book stays on the shelf for 6 days. And when Shabbat comes, they take the book off, blow the dust, and then open it and sit. And then the loudest ones that don't understand the ways of God want to run their mouths. Yeah. A good leader is a good servant.
That's right.
A good leader is a good servant.
That's right.
You got to be able to serve to become a head.
That's right.
You got to be able to serve to become a leader.
That's right.
Or head. The laws of God change his heart, mind, and actions. So when it changes your heart, it's going to change your thinking ways, the way you think. You're going to start thinking for people and not assuming.
That's right.
You're going to think for the person and not assume. Not assume and get... Did Noah tell you that? No, Noah ain't tell you that. You assume Noah thinks that way. That's not
right.
godly.
That's right.
I said, that's not righteous. You assume that Noah wanted to offend you. That's not godly. That's not righteous. The laws of God change that. Your mind changes the way you think.
That's right. Thinking pattern.
What changed my thinking pattern? And what made me think that way? Read the book.
That's right.
If I don't read and I don't feel like reading, put it on the tapes. Listen to it. But by God, read it.
That's right.
Because it will change you if you allow it to change you. If you want to change.
Yeah.
If you truly desire to change, you will open that book and read.
That's right.
You are just filibustering and talking.
Yeah. You hear that?
You just talk. Because I don't see the actions of a person that want change.
Oh. You hear that?
You can't read? There's called cassettes. You play it. You don't have no cassettes? You download it on your phone. We are in a new age. 2024. It's even on YouTube. It's everywhere. Stop putting your time in TV and everything else except for God. You don't make time to learn about God's ways and his laws and his commandments so that you can become better.
That's right.
We have a problem, man. We have a problem. We have a problem, man. King David was a man after the heart of King David. Man, listen. King David was a hell of a man. King David wasn't oppressive. He wasn't a man to oppress. We're going to go into that later. He wasn't a man to suppress. We're going to go into that later. And it also falls under a tyrant.
Dictatorship.
Huh? So that's why when Shimei kicked dust on him and spit on him, he didn't go at him and attack him. He said, Abishai wanted to tear men off. Look at Abishai and say, easy, Abishai. Stand down. What am I about to do with you sons of Zeruiah?
Yeah.
He said, maybe God told him to curse David.
That's right.
Huh? Do not get me confused or wrong, and I'm not talking about these heathens out here.
Right.
I'm not talking about heathens.
Right. That's right.
I'm talking about one another. Everybody's on different level. Who don't eat blood and fat, you steal. Who don't steal, you lie and deceive.
Right.
Who don't lie and deceive, you do this. Who don't do that, you did this over here. Who don't do that over here, you did that over here. So stop magnifying people's faults.
That's right.
Because you got your own faults you got to deal with.
That's right.
That's pride. I said that's pride.
That's right. You hear that?
And pride and being vain gets in the way of you serving God.
That's right.
King David had the whole Abishai back and he told him, he said, hold on, Abishai. He said, maybe God told him to curse David. He said, leave him. But he remembered at his deathbed and gave sole orders and commands to his son, Solomon. Gave him commands. He said, this guy here cursed me with a vehement curse. Huh? Then Solomon gave Shimei restrictions.
Right.
He couldn't kill him according to what he did to his father. Why? Because his father said you ain't going to die for that. So guess what? Because his father said you're not going to die for that, you're not going to die for it.
That's right.
What your father say don't change.
That's right. You hear that?
It don't change. It don't change, man. It still remain the same no matter what happened after.
That's right.
No matter what happened after.
You
It
hear
stays
that?
the same.
That's right. You hear that?
Huh? So Solomon told him, and he gave him restrictions. He said, don't leave Jerusalem. In the day that you leave Jerusalem, thou shalt surely die.
That's right.
And he agreed to it. He didn't have nothing to say, which means when he left, he broke his oath.
That's right. He broke that oath.
He
That's
broke his oath. So I don't have to say I swear.
That's right.
All I got to do is agree.
That's right.
And when you agree and you go against what you agree with, you broke your oath.
That's right. Did you hear that?
You broke it. But we ain't learning our lessons. I said we are not learning our lessons.
Right.
We don't sit here to findle our toes, huh? To findle our toes, right? Nothing. Listen, we're not here to fondle our toes. We're here to listen. Hearken
That's right.
and do
Right.
and get better with God first. Get better with God first. Okay? So, like I said, we are all guilty before God, man. I said we are all guilty before God. We are all guilty. We are all guilty before God. We are all guilty before God. Once we acknowledge that, then we can change. Then my actions and the things that I say will change. Let's go to Deuteronomy 17. Let's go to Deuteronomy 17. Got it? Let's read it.
Deuteronomy chapter 17. Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy
Thou
God,
shalt not sacrifice a what?
unto the Lord thy God, any bullock
Any
or
bullock or sheep
wherein is blemish.
wherein is a blemish. In this particular verse, a blemish is according to what? A physical defense.
Right.
3 leg, 1 eye, a physical defense. Okay? Defect. A blemish is also a defect or a moral stain, a flaw. A blemish could be physical and it could be spiritual. What causes a spiritual defect is when we violate the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. When we violate the ways of God, and you learn the ways of God and you learn His laws through reading the book. You're not, okay? It causes moral stains. Moral stains are principles of right and wrong. The only way to learn the principles of what is right and wrong is by reading the book, not according, and we cannot go by or go according to your principles.
That's right.
And what you think is right.
Yeah, you hear
And
that?
what you think is wrong. Because your mind is sick.
That's right. You hear that?
Our minds is warped. Every last one of our minds is warped. But what corrects it?
That's right.
The laws of God.
Oh,
What corrects it is fulfilling the laws and the commandments of God. That's what corrects your mind.
that's right.
That's what corrects those and patch up those flaws.
That's
And
right.
patch up those defects.
That's
See,
right.
when we sin, remember, God gave Adam one command. He said, of every tree that's in the garden, thou mayest freely eat. He said, yeah, there's all these things here you can eat. You see that tree that's in the midst of the garden? He said, don't eat from it. In the day that you eat from it, thou shalt surely die. He said, I'm going to kill you. Now, Adam didn't die right away. And it wasn't Adam that ate it Now, because of Adam eating that tree of knowledge of good and evil, is what caused what? Now we have both sides. Now we got both sides in us. Sometimes the evil in us is stronger than the good. But you still have enough good in you for God to expose you to his laws, commandments, and statutes. You still have enough good in you, and God saw enough good in you to expose himself to you and show you who the true and living God is. And when God showed you who the true and living God is, there's a way to serve him.
That's right.
There's only one way to serve this true and living God.
That's right.
And the way to serve God is by reading this book. The book will show you. That's only if he see fit to open your eyes to it. Because I done found some things that I ain't seen before. And that's why it's always good to go over a chapter.
That's right.
And I go over this chapter and I found some things that blew my mind. Why? Because back then, I wasn't ready for that information. Back then, God had said, nah, not yet. Let me close your eyes to this. You ain't ready for this yet. Before I open your eyes to this, you got to clean your ways up a little more. You got to start doing more law. You got to start doing more law and cleaning your ways up. That's how God deals with you. And he don't leave you stagnated in one position. Clean your ways before God. Clean your ways before God. Forward thoughts separate from God.
That's right.
When you have these atrocious thoughts that's against what God says, God said, he said, don't hate your brother in your heart. He said, don't hate your brother in his heart. And how are you to know if you hate your brother in your heart? When you don't correct him.
Right.
God said, you show hatred for your brother when you don't correct him.
That's right.
Don't go to Chief Mikael and talk about Chief Zori, Chief Yehonadek. No. Go to the violator and talk to that person.
That's right.
When you don't do that, then guess what? His violations, his flaws, his defect, his iniquity, God is going to visit it on you. I don't need that. I don't need that. I got enough cleaning up.
That's right.
And I got to clean myself double so that God don't command my iniquities to ride my son. And then when my sins have been commanded to ride my son, then guess what happened after that? Your son starts to lose interest in the things that is lawful and right by God.
That's right.
Why? Because sins pull you away from God. Iniquities pull you away from God.
Put his hands on.
That's what happens, man.
That's right.
So guess what? Who's to blame? Not my son. I gotta blame myself. I have to blame myself because I came up short with God. You know, brothers don't even know. I was speaking, my Chief Malak was talking to a brother. I ain't gonna mention it. I ain't even gonna leave that alone. Let me leave that alone. But brothers don't know the law. Brothers don't know the law. And then when they read the law, guess what they say? It don't mean that. He said, it don't mean that. One brother said when a woman on her period sit in the chair becomes clean when the woman becomes clean. I said, brother, you got to show me that in the book. It's not there.
That's right.
That chair remains clean. It's towards her for her separation.
That's right. Only
But brothers don't understand the law, man. You know why? Because we are doing things in our lives that is causing God to put a blindfold before your face. He blinding you. In Isaiah, he said, I'm gonna put I'm gonna guide you. He said what? Muzzle? No, the bridle. In Isaiah, he said, he's going to put the bridle in your mouth. You know what God is doing? When he put the bridle in your mouth, he's guiding you and steering you where he wants you to go. And he's only going to steer you in a direction according to your actions and your ways. That's why. That's how it is. He's only going to guide you and stir you according to your ways and actions. That's it. That's the way God deals, man. This is the way the Most High deals. We have to stop cutting our hair. All these Caesars sitting in barbershops, shaving your face. Where? In the Torah, in the law, Leviticus 19, it speaks about that. Takwipu, lo takwipu payat. Takwipu come from the root word payat. No, kwipa means to skim off. You should not skim off. Lo takwipu payat. A side section lock or curl of your head. Huh? And then we expect to see and understand these laws, commandments, and statutes when we read it. God is going to block you.
That's right.
And you're going to go on in your life thinking that you are right. You're going to go on in your life thinking that you're doing the right thing.
That's the whole.
Because you got money.
Yeah.
Because money don't make, listen, because you got money doesn't determine that you're doing right before God.
That's right.
Okay?
Hear that?
Wicked people got money.
That's right.
All right? Evil people got, well, which people that's in the church got money?
That's right.
Let's read it, man.
That's
Now, hold on. Moral stains. Huh? Moral stains. Principles of right and wrong. What is right and wrong according to what God said. And the goodness and badness of human character. Your character goes into your nature. Huh? Of what? Who you are. Who you are, man. Okay? A person's standards of behavior or belief concerning what is and is not acceptable for them to do. That's your morals. That's your morals. You look at this as evil because according to your standards and what you believe and what you learned told you that what you're doing here is evil and wicked. Yeah. Huh? But what guides my morals and my standards by God is by reading the book. My standards got to be God's standards. I said my standards has to be God's standards. Okay? Not according to my own standards, because my own standards, I'm not right. I'm warped and we're sick. And God has preserved this book so that we can change our ways and get better with God. I said, God has preserved this book so that we can get better and clean our ways with God. Because as long as we are alive, we have a chance.
That's right.
But by God, you don't want to die in your iniquities.
That's right.
But by God, you don't want to die in your iniquities.
You hear that?
You don't want to die being guilty before God.
That's right.
Now, only a certain type of people will feel guilt. We're going to get into that later. Evil people don't feel guilt.
Nah.
Wicked people don't feel guilt.
Nah.
People that don't want to change for the better don't feel guilt because
right.
guilt brings changes.
That's right.
Guilt, I will confront you. If I'm guilty of what I did, I will confront you and apologize. if I'm guilty before God, then I'll do what Ahab did.
Yeah.
The same king that y'all call wicked.
Yeah.
The same king that y'all call evil. I don't speak bad about none of these men. If the book said, then okay.
That's right.
Okay? But I don't speak bad about none of them because guess what? Ahab is better than every Israelite in this generation.
Oh, yeah.
I said the king Ahab
That's right.
is better than every Israelite in this generation.
Can't touch it.
Okay? Can't touch him. Ahab recognized his fault with God. And because he recognized his fault with God and realized that and felt that guiltiness before God, he fasted. And he robed himself in sackcloth. And when he did these two things, you know what came with it? Silence. No, not change. Silence. You know what I mean by silence? No, humble, quiet. You can't humble yourself before God and still have a raunchy spirit. Huh? You can't humble yourself before God and have a raunchy spirit. This man is fasting. He got on sackcloth and he ready to debate and argue and fight. And then, what's wrong with you? Aren't you fasting?
That's right.
You damn beast. You fool.
That's right.
Aren't you fasting? Why are you acting like that? The two doesn't link.
That's
The
right.
two doesn't they don't go together. So when you're looking to gain the favor and get back in favor with God, and you fasting and you praying and you got on sackcloth, humble your spirit. Humble that spirit that you got in you. That's why in Ezekiel it speaks about the vicious man. We're going to get into that later. Huh? That wasn't a way we was. The only time we got vicious, we was vicious in war. Other than that, when we're out of the war, all that viciousness stayed there. Because we got to learn how to channel certain things and when to bring certain things out, when to muffle it. We don't know that. We don't know when to gauge certain things. When to do, when not to do. When to step out, when not to step out. When to flip, when not to flip. How much to flip. Don't do a double somersault. Just do one flip. Damn, you did 3 flips, man. You did too much. You did too much. It wasn't called for 3 flips. It was only called for 1. We don't know how to gauge certain things with certain situations. You know why? You know why, man? Because you also is blocked. And God not going to give you that knowledge of when to wild out, when not to wild out, when to do, when not to do. What's wrong with you? You just act like a vicious, deranged, out of order person. Just
Yeah.
what's wrong with you, man? People like that, man. I try to run from you, man. I can't be around you.
That's right.
I don't want to be around you like that.
That's right.
And I can't be around you like that. You know why? Because I'm not like that.
Okay. Right.
We don't read the book. I didn't have this terminology and this way of thinking just by picking my toes. And I got a lot of callus on my feet. Every Friday, she said, that's right. My mom said, that's right. She knows, she recognized. Every Friday night, my brother called it shellings.
What shelling?
Called my thing shellings like I'm a fish or something. Like I got scales. Shellings. I felt a little offended. I said, man, ain't no damn shellings, man. It's callus. Calling my goddamn callus on my feet. Shellings. Man, listen.
Oh boy.
I'm telling you, man, we got to learn this law, man, and start putting this law into effect. You know why? Because we're going to mess around and we're going to die in our sin. We're going to mess around, we're going to die in our iniquities. And when we die in our
Too late,
iniquities,
too late.
it's too late to make changes.
That's right.
It's too late to tell God I'm sorry.
That's right.
It's too late for all that, man. It's too. And guess what? There's steps and stages in righteousness, man. Don't jump from point A and then go all the way up to Z. But point A, B, C is not correct. How you fasting and you don't wear fringes? Fasting? You don't need to be fasting, but you got to correct this.
That's right.
You got a whole lot of things to correct
That's
before
right.
you start jumping into graduate school. You can't jump from basic math straight to algebra. What's wrong with you? Now, yeah, your morals are your ideas about right and wrong, especially how you should act and treat people. All that goes into your morals. Okay, let's read it.
Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God any bullock or sheep wherein is
Any
blemish,
bullock or sheep wherein there is a blemish,
or any evil favoredness.
but
But that is an abomination unto the Lord thy God.
because this is abominable before God. Abomination means detestable. God hated.
That's right.
God hated. We also serve a God that hated iniquity. That's the God we serve. We serve a God that hates sin.
That's right.
And the book has exposed. See, there's two different types of books now. I was talking to a Christian woman. The woman said, once the man has a wife, he can't remarry unless the wife is dead. So I told her, I said, what about if he divorced the woman? He can't remarry? No, because JC doesn't acknowledge that. I said, well, that's the problem. Jake, the snake. I don't like mentioning their names because God is against that. So I call them by different attributes and different terminologies. If I divorce my wife, I can remarry.
That's right.
That's what I read here in the book. That's what you read, but you ain't gonna find a divorce case in the book. You never read about a divorce case in the book. There was never a divorce case in the book. You know why? Because once a man and a woman got together, they stayed together.
That's right.
They stayed together. That was the whole purpose. Your parents speak to my parents and they join that. That's a definite marriage, man.
That's right.
I don't need paperwork. The last thing to do is to go get paperwork so I can substantiate my wife
That's right.
legally because we're in the government. But the laws of God don't change.
That's right.
That's why it's not good to be promiscuous. That's why it's not good to be sleeping around with different women. Like, no, God don't like that.
That's right.
God despised that. Huh? I was like that before. I ain't like that no more, man. I'm scared to do that now. I don't want to do that now because I'm thinking about how God gonna look at me. How is God gonna look at me? I don't sleep with a woman that's not my woman. I don't do that. I don't sleep with woman that's not my woman. When my last woman, I was, what, 11 years? I ain't sleep with nobody else but for 11 years. 11 years.
Yeah.
I stayed to myself. And I stuck with one person. Why? Not because of you or how you feel or this one feel, because how God feels about it.
That's right. God.
Because how God feels about it. God is against it, and I'm trying to be holy and righteous according to what God said. So I gotta stay. I gotta follow the standards that God says.
That's right, son.
And stick to my one person. So now I ain't got nobody. I'm gonna stick to myself. That's it. It's not hard.
No.
You gotta rule your spirit.
That's right.
It's all about ruling your spirit.
That's right. That's
God said you are able to rule your spirit.
That's right.
And the only way that you can rule your spirit, you got the strength. You gotta have the strength of God. And how you get the strength? You gotta grab hold of the strength of God.
That's right.
What is the strength of God? Take heed to His laws.
That's right.
That's right.
Take
You
heed
hear
to
that?
his laws,
Yes,
his
Not to
commandments,
her.
his
Yeah.
statutes, his judgments. Take heed to this.
That's right.
Then you will start and you will begin to make certain changes in one life.
That's right. Take heed to the law.
You
Not
start
to
to
her.
get closer. Huh? Let's read it.
If there be found among you within any of thy gates which the Lord thy God giveth thee, man or woman that hath wrought wickedness,
If there be found among you within any of thy gates, the only thing that has gates is a city. God is talking about the nation of Israel, not these foreign nations, not the Hittites, the Canaanites. They're supposed to be dead. All those 7 nations are supposed to be dead. But we had a better idea. We had a better idea than God. We had a better idea than God. We saved them alive. We married into them. My sons married into their daughters. Their daughters, my daughters married into their sons. And the only difference was that their daughters flipped your son and had your son serving their gods. You said your heart got turned away.
That's right.
Turn his heart away, man. And that's what God said it. And that's what women will do.
naturally.
You naturally, you ain't even gonna notice it.
You hear that?
I said, you're not even gonna notice it.
You just like a pancake. You hear that?
You're not even gonna notice it when you're being flipped. You're not gonna notice it. No, she ain't flipping, man. Come on, son. You serious, son? So I'm a man, son. Now he's trying to convince himself that he a man.
Right. You
I'm
hear
a
that?
man. He said, son, I'm a man, son. You crazy,
He's a
son.
man.
I've been a piece of iron and I drown. I drown water.
Not her.
Huh? I drown a fish. Put a what?
Breaking down.
Put a piece of brick in the hospital. So I'm a man. He said, I'm a man, man. You trying to convince yourself. Little do you know, behind closed door.
Oh, yeah.
That's
She
it.
got him.
Got it. Dead to the right. You hear that?
Now she got him building houses and huts to serve deities and idols.
Yeah.
And then you start following after the ways and the custom of these deities and idols. And you don't forgot God from whence you came. You don't forgot these laws and forgot where you came from.
Right.
Oh, because of her.
Yeah. You hear that?
Now God do certain things because you allowed certain things.
That's right.
God did certain things because the man allowed certain things that was against the laws and the commandments of God.
That's right.
So now he said, okay, you don't want to acknowledge my law. You don't want to acknowledge my statutes. You want to acknowledge none of this? He said, okay, I'm going to hit you where it hurt. Pop, 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 pound.
I'm eating chicken now.
Now you messed up. Now you're hurting now. Now you're hurting. But you caused this hurt upon yourself
That's right.
by allowing things to go down in your house while on the Shabbat or any other day.
That's right. You hear that? It's on you. You
So
hear that?
you,
You hear that?
let's read it.
Media.
Uh-huh.
If there be found among you within any of thy gates,
Anybody
which
gates.
the Lord thy God giveth thee,
Which
man
the
or
Lord thy
woman,
God giveth thee, man or who?
or woman,
Or woman
that hath wrought wickedness
that has done
in the
wickedness.
sight of the Lord thy God.
What is wickedness? How can we know what is wickedness? Wickedness is according to what God says. You can't tell me I'm wicked if I didn't violate the law.
That's right.
You can't tell people that they're wicked if they didn't violate God's law.
That's right.
Because that's where you know whether you have violated God's law, whether you're wicked or not, by reading this book. See, this book teaches you whether you're evil or you're righteous.
That's right.
That's the standard.
This book shows you whether your ways is filthy or you have good, nice ways.
Right.
And when we read the book, what did God always specify on? Amend. Amend
Your
means to
ways.
change. Change
Your ways.
your ways.
That's right.
He didn't have to tell them to put on fringes because they wore fringes.
That's right.
He didn't have to tell them to put on a garment because they wore garments. They sent up sacrifices and they prayed and they did all that. But guess what? Their ways was filthy before
That's right.
God. Their ways was filthy. No? Your ways are not the law.
That's right.
Those are two different things. The laws of God and your ways are two different things. God is not going to say amend the law, which means change the law. God ain't going to say that. He said change your ways. Two different things. I could be doing the law now. And that's what our forefathers. Remember now? Remember, our forefathers didn't eat blood and fat. They wore robes. They wore their garments. They didn't have evil intentions. They didn't have none of this stuff that we talk about. But their ways stunk. And
Right.
what happened? And what happened? Caused them to drop from the grace of God. Caused certain things to happen. Let's read.
Man or woman that hath wrought wickedness
That
in the
have
sight of the
wrought
Lord
wickedness in the
God,
sight of the Lord thy God,
and transgressing his
and
covenant,
transgressing my agreement, and sinning and breaking my covenant. My covenant is my agreement. I went into an agreement with you dudes, man. The day that Moses brought you guys to Mount Sinai, we went into covenant.
and they agreed.
Okay? And they agreed. Okay? All right, let's go read.
And had gone and served other gods, and worshipped them, either the sun or moon, or any of the host of heaven.
Either
which
the
I have-
sun, moon, or any of the hosts of heaven, right?
Uh-huh.
That is the beginning of all religions.
That's it.
That's right.
Astrology is the
That's right.
beginning of all religions.
Not Trinity.
Christianity is the beginning of astrology. It came from astrology. Why? Because they said JC resurrected to the sun,
Sun God.
right?
Mhm.
And his mother, who was Semiramis, got immaculately conceived through the sun rays
Mhm.
and had a baby called Tammuz,
Yeah.
where the Israelites and the Hebrews
Yeah.
was worshiping that,
Yeah.
worshiping that at a point in time in history,
Weeping.
weeping
and crying.
for that deity.
Crying for the idol. The idol was a baby.
Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
And it be told thee, if thou hast heard of it, and inquired diligently, and behold, it be true, and the thing certain.
Okay, hold up, man. Read that verse over. What verse is that? 3?
3.
Read verse
And
3.
have gone and served other gods.
And have gone and served other gods.
and
The word for gone is yalak. Yalak means to go or to walk. So that's how you know when God is dealing with you, man. My father reading. Zechariah said he stopped and said, go. God led him to that. He said, man, he stopped there and stopped me and told me, he said, go. He said, wait a minute. He said, look up that word go. So after you read the definition, it says to go in the direction. He said, oh, keep going. And he kept going. And he kept going. Then he got to this definition. He said to follow a certain course or procedure. He said, stop, that's it.
That's it.
He said to follow a certain course or procedure. That's how you go after other gods.
That's right.
When you follow and you begin to follow their course,
That's right.
their procedure.
That's right.
When you follow in their course
That's
and
right.
their procedure, you are going after the gods of the people. I don't have to be in the church or a Muslim mosque or Buddhist or none of this foolishness. You are going after their gods by following their course and their procedure.
That's right.
What is a procedure? A procedure is a traditional. What is traditional? Traditional is handed down through parents.
That's right.
Parents hand down traditions.
Generation to generation.
Generation to generation. Generation to generation. Right? A tradition is a tradition or established way of doing something. When you sit at the table and they put the tissue there on the paper with the spoons and forks, and everybody hold hands and say, all right, let's say grace, and they pray before they eat. That's a tradition.
That's right.
When you do that, you following after the ways and the traditions of the people. But our forefathers in the book don't teach us that.
That's right.
He said, eat first and then bless God.
That's
He
right.
said, when thou art eaten and be full, then what? Ye shall bless the Lord thy God.
That's
So
right.
we don't pray before we eat. We eat and then we pray.
That's right.
Because I didn't eat the food yet.
That's right.
I could die before I eat the food.
That's right.
Those are the, see, you learn the ways of God by reading the book. Everything by the book. Look, everything is coordinated and done according to what the book says. Everything. You judge everything according to the book. Every matter is according to the book.
That's right.
You're not using the book for your own convenience. God said to use the book and judge everything and do everything according to the book.
That's right.
So when you say certain things that does not correlate with what I read in the book, you're wrong.
That's right.
Because I'm judging it according to what God says.
Right. And that's what
I'm judging it according to what God said
That's right.
and not by what you said
That's
and
right.
how you feel.
That's right. That's
Because
right.
what you say,
That's right.
man, woman, nothing but worms.
That's right.
You're going to stink later on
That's right.
and you're going to decompose.
That's right.
What am I doing listening to you?
You're right.
You're going to rot.
That's right.
Your thoughts vanish.
That's right.
Everything is gone. Everything. But yet I want to honor and respect what this person says, that you're not above what God says. You're not above God, man. Let's read it. Let's read it.
And have gone and served other gods
And had gone and served other
and
gods
worshipped them,
and worshiped them.
either
Read.
the sun or moon, or any of the hosts of heaven, which I have not commanded. And it
Okay.
be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquired diligently, and behold, it be true.
Okay, what did he say there? He said, you heard of it. Not because you heard, you're going to go according to what you hear. Come on, man.
Make sure it's true.
Why do we hear things and we run with it without going to the person themselves, sit the person down and speak on what you heard?
That's right.
That's godliness, man.
That's right.
I'll never do that. I hear something, I'm going to go to the person and say, yo, man, the streets is talking. They said this, this, and this. And they saw you doing this, this, and this. What's up? I'm going to give that person the chance to speak on his behalf.
Right.
I can't down that person for what that person is saying. Because that's not godliness. That's not what God said to do. It's not godliness, man. That's not godliness. You cannot down a person off of what this person said.
That's right.
And stop being partial.
Yeah.
Don't be partial, man. God hates partiality.
That's right.
If your son is wrong, he wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong. Day and night.
If your daughter is wrong, she wrong.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's right.
You know why I say that? Read Leviticus 10. Moses said to his nephews, he said, man, he said, you should have brought the sacrifice to the tabernacle. It's holy. They ain't had nothing to say. That's right. They ain't had nothing to say. You know who came up and spoke up for him? Aaron.
Yeah, he went to Moses.
And you ain't never had a discrepancy between nephews and uncles.
That's right.
You ain't never had a discrepancy between aunts and nephews.
That's right.
Never. Nowhere in the book. You know why? Because nephews and nieces respect their aunts and uncles.
That's right.
That's not the ways of God.
I respect my true father. That's how we were raised. Respect.
That's right.
That's not the ways of God. Look,
It's strangle,
Come on,
you
man.
want strangle.
Am I right, Princess Naomi?
that's not the ways of God.
It's strangle, you want get.
You look like your father.
The example was already there
You hear that?
with Moses, Aaron, Eleazar, and Ithamar.
Right.
Not Abihu there.
They did.
Because they done went and sent up a strange fire before God.
That's right.
Sent up a strange fire. And by what I read, it wasn't no different concoction, like we always say. It wasn't this, it wasn't none of that. You know why? It wasn't brought to the tabernacle.
That's right.
So the spot.
It's supposed to be in a spot. He said that offering should have been brought here. He said, therefore, you guys should have ate it there. But in the holy place, in the holies of holies, when you don't follow these orders and these standards that God has set, guess what? He don't play. God don't play. He kills you.
That's right.
One mistake and you're dead.
That's right.
I said one mistake and you're dead.
That's right. You don't play.
One mistake. That's all you need is one mistake and you're dead. Let's read it.
And it be told thee, and thou hast heard of it.
It be told thee and you heard about it, right? And you have what?
Inquire diligently.
Inquire diligently. No, inquire diligently means
Diligent inquisition.
darasta hate. Inquire of the good. Inquire of what was done that was good. If the good was, there was no good being done, then what? That's what it means. Darasta hate. Ain't nothing to inquire about evil. You did evil, you did this, okay, you did it, good. You're just gonna sit here and get the penalty and the judgment according to what you did.
That's right.
Let's read.
And behold, it be true, and the thing certain, that such a
Now I done inquired, right? And now by me doing diligent inquisition, it's true. Tom She.
And the thing certain, that such abomination is wrought in Israel, then thou shalt bring forth that man or that woman which have committed that wicked thing unto thy gates, even that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones until they die.
Bring that man and that woman that have violated and stone them with stones that they die.
That's right.
But we want to get angry with God.
Yeah.
Kill him. Kill him. Yeah, God said kill him.
That's right.
That's what God said. God said put away the evil from amongst the nation of Israel so that they may hear and fear and do no more such wickedness.
That's right.
So when you see this person eyeball pops out from the stones and the brick being pelted on him, then you ain't going to violate now. Because that does what? God said that instills fear.
That's right. Fear.
That instills fear in the next joker that was doing the same thing that he did. I don't want to get caught. Let me pull back. But guess what? The people don't fear today.
No.
There is no one that is afraid. There is nobody that is scared. That's why every barbershop chair is filled with Israelites. Yeah. There's not one barbershop that you ain't going to find an Israelite in.
Right.
God
That's
damn right. Goddamn fool cut. Fools, man. Yeah.
That's right.
Man, skin bucket, man. You don't have no hair.
And he called himself a
Then God said, don't cut the corners, the side, the section, lock or curl. Now they want to be Rick Ross now. One brother is a style. First they was against growing a beard, but don't let Rick Ross start growing his beard. Now they want to grow their beard. So this abominable whole
Damn fool.
right full beard
And bald head.
on top of his head. He ain't got one strand of hair.
And you know a leader of
You look like a soup.
you damn fool.
Listen, man. love following.
Precept of Philip.
We love follow.
Malapasan monkey.
That's why you back in the days, 1970, Bene Zacking, Chief Joshua said, the head knock of all the Israelites.
That's right. Yeah, nah.
The Prince Yaakov.
That's right.
He call you monkeys.
Yeah.
Monkey see,
Monkey
monkey do.
That's true.
Niggas put on pants and they rip the knees out. The Israelites walking around with pants with ripped out knees. We follow everything.
Oh, yeah.
Why do you think God said destroy those 7 nations? Because he seen the ability to be a follower. We got the ability to follow others. So God said, destroy these people. So now you don't have nothing to follow, only me.
That's right.
Follow what I said.
That's
Do
correct.
according to what I said. Wipe out the Hittites, wipe out the Perizzites, wipe out the Canaanites, the Cherizzites, all these ites. Babylonianites, all these ites. Wipe them out. Because you're going to do it. Listen, we have a tendency of seeing and we want to follow. We have a tendency of seeing and then we want to follow.
Shana Tova.
What's wrong with us, man? Why?
Shana Tova.
Why, man? Let's read it.
At the mouth of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses shall he that is worthy of death be put to death.
At
Right.
the mouth of what?
Of
2
2 witnesses
or more
or 3.
witnesses shall this person be put to death.
That's right.
So 2 or more witnesses is what established the matter.
That's right.
So if you don't have 2 or more witnesses,
Take it.
the matter is dead.
That's right.
I will still keep my eyes on it and I will still watch, but I can't judge this matter because I don't have no witnesses.
That's
I
right.
can't judge this matter off of 1 witness.
That's right.
I can't judge it like that. You ain't got no witness.
That's right.
And then these guys want you to judge the matter and condemn the person with no witnesses. And they get angry when you don't condemn the person with no witnesses. God didn't say no way. God did not specify no other way to judge a matter but by having 2 or more witnesses. You don't have 2 or more witnesses. Get your witness. It's not established.
Thank you.
You don't have a case.
Keep it moving.
So I don't care what you do. I don't care what you do. Look, I did this. I said this. Look,
They're gonna look at you like you tricking.
you need 2 witnesses.
You up
The only place that stands, you can go to criminal court
Yeah.
and you can go to Supreme Court.
Yeah, that's where it stands at.
That's where it stands at.
The crooked judges.
You go there and it stands. Well, hell, you can even call the 911 and say, I saw Jack LaLanne with a gun. And they're going to come. Where's Jack LaLanne? Right there. They're going to pick up Jack LaLanne. They're going to lock him up. Yeah, Jack LaLanne ain't got to have no gun on him. No evidence, no nothing, just a witness. Or someone saying that Jack LaLanne had a gun.
That's a lying witness. That's what they
And
do
these
to
are
them.
the people
That's it.
that we want to follow.
Yeah.
These are the
Liars,
people that
liars.
we want to follow
And imitate.
and imitate.
Lying.
Of people that God hates
Yes.
right.
You hear
and
that?
despise.
You hear that?
They are condemned.
Yes.
Tova.
Of people that God hate and despise.
That's right.
Yes, God will hate you. He said, I hate them that what? King David said, I hate them that hate thee.
Sure.
That's right.
God said, you are abominable. You're detestable in my eyes. Detestable and abominable denotes hatred.
Right.
Let's read it.
But at the mouth of 1 witness shall he not be put to death.
Uh-huh.
Verse 7. The hands of the witness shall be first upon him, to put him to death, and afterward the hands of all the people. So shalt thou put the evil away from among you. If
The
they're
hands of the witness shall be first upon them to put him to death, and afterwards the hands of all the people. So shalt thou put the evil away from among you. So the witnesses gotta throw the stones. Not he who is without sin cast the first stone.
That ain't
Nobody's gonna throw the stones
That's
then.
right.
And let everybody get away.
They let everybody get away.
Games.
That's all games, and that don't stand with the laws and the commandments of God. Judgment must be done.
That's right.
So when you violate the witnesses, throw the stones.
That's right.
Just in case if the
It's
witnesses
because
is
they were
lying,
lying.
his blood is on you.
You have lying witnesses.
Time sheet.
If there arise a matter too hard to be a judgment between blood and blood.
Between blood and blood, which is what? What's blood and blood? Family.
Family, that's right.
Because situations stirs up within the ranks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Blood and blood.
Between plea and plea.
A plea or plea.
Between stroke and stroke.
Somebody don't know how to keep their hands to themselves.
Yeah.
Somebody don't know to keep their hands to themselves. But if you hit me, you gotta expect to get hit back.
Gonna get a reaction, man.
There's a reaction that comes with that. Why do you hit and don't want to get hit back? But this is the same person that want to be talking and all this righteous, fervent talk. Yeah. The same person will hit you. You better not hit him back. That's the nigga mentality that's in him. I said, that's the nigga mentality in him.
That's right.
Never in my mind, and it should never cross your mind to put your hands on nobody. And then when you put your hands on them, you don't expect to get hit back.
That's right.
You got to stay away from me.
That's right.
I can't rock with you with that mindset. I said the laws of God changes heart, minds, and actions.
That's right.
Apparently, you need to read more law because you still feel that you are correct in your actions after you done blouse this man's eye. The man can't even see out his eye. You done blowed up and bloused the man's eye. And then, look. Yeah. I gotta laugh, man. I gotta laugh, man, because our mentality and our thinking pattern is so off.
Right.
That tells me that your thinking pattern is off. And then the same person with this distorted thinking pattern want to talk God and his laws. I can't talk about God and law with you. You still think you're right.
That's right.
You still think that you're right for blousing this man's eye. You still think that you're right for offending a person and saying offensive words to people and don't expect no reaction. You feel justified. Get away from me, man. You can't serve God. I told you there's people on certain levels. Certain things people will do, certain things this person won't do. We're not on the same level, brother. We are not on the same level. God said that. He deals with every man according to their ways.
That's right.
Some people's ways got more filthy than some. Some got more filthy ways than some. But we all filthy.
That's right.
We all trying to get right with God. Right. So now that I don't need to magnify your faults. Let's read it.
Between stroke and stroke,
Between stroke and stroke,
being matters of controversy within thy gates,
being matters of controversy within thy gates,
then thou shalt arise and get thee up into the place which the Lord thy God shall choose.
where is that place?
And thou shalt come.
Where is that place? That's Jerusalem. The temple, Tamshi.
And thou shalt come unto the priests, the Levites, and unto the judge,
The priests,
that shall
the
be in
Levites,
those days,
the judges, shall be in those days
and inquire.
and
They
inquire.
shall show thee the sentence of judgment. And thou shalt do
They're
according
going to show you the sentence of
What
judgment.
judgment?
What is the judgment for this particular action?
Right.
What should be done to this person for doing this and this and this? And we go according and we read the book and judge everything according to what the book says. According to what the book says, then the judgment will be done.
Right.
Go ahead, read.
And thou shalt do according to the sentence which they of that place which the Lord shall choose shall show thee. And thou shalt observe to do according to all that they inform thee, according to the sentence of the law, which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. Thou shalt not decline from the sentence which they shall show thee, to the right hand nor to the left. And the man that will do presumptuously will not hearken unto the priest that standeth to minister there before the Lord thy
And
God.
the man, he said, the man that will do what?
Presumptuously,
Presumptuously,
and will not hearken
and will
unto
not
the priest.
hearken to the priest. Okay? So now, what is presumptuous? When you look up the word for presumptuous, is Zadon. Zion, Dalet, Kolam, Nun. It means insolence. Insolent, arrogance. What is insolent? Insolent is insulting. Insulting and contemptuous in speech and conduct. What is an insult? An insult means what? To be offensive in your words. Offensive treatment and offensive in your words. So now we should be careful with the words that we choose to say out of our mouth that are offending. There's certain things that we shouldn't say, shouldn't voice. We don't offend each other. That's not godly. I didn't offend you. Why are you offending me? Why are you saying these words to me? I have never offended you, and I never said nothing offensive to you. But people don't have that mindset.
Okay.
They don't care. You know why? Because there's a thing called emotions. They done got so emotional is what caused them to say and do. Right? Insulting and contemptuous in speech and conduct. Right? Effrontery, insolent or impertinent in behavior. Impertinent in behavior means you disregard others. That's right. Effrontery. You disregard others, and the laws of God don't teach us that. These laws, commandments, and statutes teaches us to regard each other. We must regard. If I can't regard you, then I will not be able to do these laws. I can't do these laws because these laws, commandments, and statutes teaches me to regard other people, regard my brother. Tom Sheep.
You hear that?
And the man that will do presumptuously or will not hearken unto the priest that standeth to minister there before the Lord thy God, or unto the judge, even that man shall die.
Even that man shall die.
And thou shalt put away the evil from Israel.
And thou shalt put away the evil from Israel. Tom Sheep.
And all the people shall hear and fear and do no more presumptuously. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, and shall possess it,
And all the people shall hear and fear and do no more presumptuously. Go ahead, read. Now, fear, in order to do these laws, in order not to sin presumptuously, you got to be afraid. You got to be afraid to offend God.
Right.
You got to be afraid to offend God. How do we offend God? By sinning and breaking these laws, commandments, and statutes that God done commanded us to do and live by. There's only one way to serve God.
That's right.
Because there's only one God.
That's right.
And the one God have a certain way or certain standards that we need to live by to serve him. Certain things God does to push you away. I said certain thing God does to push you away. Certain thing God does to bring you close. Certain thing God does to expose himself to you. But what are you going to do when you're exposed to it? Because when God exposed you to it, I did nothing with it. So now your time here is done. Conjure up some situation that's going to push you away and put you back out there. Most people that leave off from God, from the true God, they end up going back to their past. I said they end up going back to their past to finish, to self-destruct. I said to self-destruct. That word is heavy. That's a heavy word, self-destruct. We are destroying ourselves. And God done pulled you out of that to show you how to save yourself from yourself, and you played with it. Tom Sheep.
When thou art coming to the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, and shalt possess it, and shalt dwell therein, and shalt say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations.
Set a king, that's our problem. We wanted to be like the nations.
Yeah.
We had a king. Our God came before us. The Creator was before us. Before we went to war, God was there. God was there. You know what that is? He said, our God fight for us.
That's right.
My God fight for us, man. But we wanted a fleshly king, like all the other nations. We want to follow the people.
Yes.
You don't want to be judged by God.
No, go ahead, read.
And shall say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. One from among thy brethren shall set king over thee.
One from among thy brethren thou shalt set king over thee.
Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee.
Don't set you can't set a stranger, a foreigner, a Gentile. And the word for that was used was, I think it's Nakri. Go ahead, read. Yep, Nakri, Tamshi.
But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as the Lord has said unto you, you shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself.
He said, but he shall not multiply horses to himself. You're going to see why God said don't do these things. He said the king cannot multiply horses to himself. Read it over.
But he shall not multiply horses to himself.
He can't multiply horses to himself.
Nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as the Lord has said unto you, you shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away. Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. And it shall be, when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law.
Okay, now, so God said, when you become a king and you get a king from amongst your own brothers, he said, do not return back to Egypt. Do not cause the people to return back to Egypt. And a lot of us end up reverting and going back to our past. That's why it was very important when God told Abraham, after the death of his father, he told him, he said, get yourself away from your family.
That's right.
Your family is not like you.
That's right.
And you is not like your family. Don't you think or look at yourself special for God to expose to you who God is, the only one out of all your brothers and sisters, your mothers, your father. But he exposed these laws to you and pulled you and got you out of that pit.
And you can't see that.
And you can't see that. Then next thing, guess what? You all people have a tendency of reverting back.
Right.
They always going back. Now, once they go back, The adversary's job is to get you back.
That's right.
That which you denounced, he's going to open up a different spectrum and a different side in your brain to cause you. God, look, you don't think your desire, God can, look, not God, look, the adversary can stir up your desire towards things that is unlawful by God. And then you start questioning it about why I left. I should have never left. I knew this was the way. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tamshi.
And it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, he shall write him a copy of this
He shall
law.
write him a copy of who?
Of this law.
Of this law.
In a book out of that which is before the priests, the Levites.
Okay. A copy, a Mishneh, right? A copy of the law from the high priest. You see who had the law? The high priest had the law. And any time we wanted to find out anything about the laws of God, we went to the high priest. Everybody did not have a book.
No.
You see the results of everybody having a book.
That's right.
Everybody had their own terminology about what this verse means. This one says one thing, you say one thing, when there's only one way. It only means one thing and one thing only. But they all have a different terminology about what that one thing says. One, huh? One thing, Tamshi. He said, write you a copy of what? Of this law in the book out of that which is before the priests, the Levites, Tamshi.
And it shall be with him, and he shall read that.
And it shall be with him.
And it shall read
and he shall read
all
therein
the days of his life.
all the days of his life, so that
God.
he may learn to fear God.
That's how you learn.
That is the only way you will learn to fear God. I gotta put time in reading that first 5 so that I may learn that this ain't gonna happen overnight. You gotta read so that you may learn. There is certain this is something that we must learn to do. You don't know how to do it. We don't have the knowledge of how to do it. We're confused, we're discombobulated, and we're coming from a heathenistic lifestyle. I don't care if you was born in the way of life. You're still born in the way of life with a heathenistic mentality.
That's right.
You're still born in the way of life with a heathenistic mentality because you got evil in you. Because you got evil in you. And you got a little good in you too. But you got evil in you. Which distorts and misconstrues and mess your thinking pattern up. So now I have a problem agreeing with what God says. You want God to agree with you.
Right. That's right.
You want God to see your side.
Yeah.
And acknowledge your side, your point of view.
That's right. You hear that?
No. We got to acknowledge the point that God said.
That's right.
God's point of view. And that's the only thing that's right. Nothing else counts. Nothing else counts. Go ahead, read.
And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life.
All the days of his
That he
life.
may learn to fear the Lord his God.
That you may learn to fear the Lord his God.
To keep all the words of this law. And these statutes to do them. That his heart be not lifted up above his brethren. And that he turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left. To the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom. He and his children in the midst of Israel.
Okay. All right, let's cut that. Let's go to Isaiah 1. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 1. Got it? Yeah, read it.
The vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos, which
The
he
vision
saw.
of Isaiah. We think, yo, these prophets wasn't no joke, man. I said these prophets that we read about in this book was no joke. These man then was used by God to reveal certain things to the nation.
Yeah.
So God went and approached these prophets through visions and dreams to give the nation of Israel a message. They had direct contact with God. Constant direct contact. Contact. But one man he didn't deal like that with. He said, told Miriam and Aaron, he said, you guys should have been afraid to talk against my servant Moses. He said, all these prophets, if a prophet made known unto me, he said, I deal with them in dreams and visions. He said, but this guy here, he said, I don't deal with him like that. He said, I speak to him face to face. He said, and the image of God has he beheld. He said, and you wasn't afraid to speak against my servant? He said, he's seen how I look. You ain't afraid? He said, I speak to this guy face to face. I said, you ain't afraid?
That's right. Finish talking.
When the glory of God departed,
Oh, man.
As
which
he
means
fit.
God don't dwell among uncleanness.
That's right.
When the glory of God departed, who turned leprous? Miriam.
Jumped on.
Miriam turned leprous. I ain't never read that woman to have a husband.
No. she's not
That
virgin.
woman lived her life without a husband.
She's not virgin.
Never was read where she got married.
That's right.
You know what that is, man? To hold your virginity until you die.
Those are heavy. That's why God dealt with them.
Huh? And this is why God dealt with these man, them, and the woman the way they dealt. The way they
Heavy,
dealt.
man.
Look, sometimes,
That's right.
look, the righteousness, the man too, this man, this woman, they married. Man, the angel of God will appear to the woman before going to the husband. That's how locked in the woman was, man. And then go tell the woman
That's right.
to go. She said, all right,
Noah.
listen, man, you crazy? What locked her in? Her husband. Because her husband is a high power.
Her man.
Her husband is high power.
That's what locked her in.
And what caused her to be high power? What caused her to be high power is because her husband.
Yeah.
Rebecca was able to inquire of God.
Yeah.
She said, man, I don't know what's going on in here.
Yeah.
He said, man, she went, asked God. He said, what's up? God told her, he said, listen, 2 manner of nations is in your womb.
That's right. The separation right there.
2 manner of nation was in your womb. And whatever happened after that is because of what God told her. God already said it and substantiated. That's why all of a sudden, Jacob wanted his birthright. That's where all that came from.
The word of God.
The next thing, the mother, Rebecca, tells Jacob, he said, listen, your father, I heard your father speaking to Esau. She said, I want you to go in there and get that blessing. He said, look who he told. See, that wasn't his mentality. And he wasn't a deceiver. He said, Mama, come on, Mama. He said, if I go in there to my papa to get some blessing, he said, my papa feel me, and he don't feel all that here. He said, I would seem to him as a deceiver. He said, and I'm going to get a curse instead of a blessing. He knew that. And deceit and lies and tricks wasn't in these people. It wasn't in them. He was only following the command of his mother,
That's right.
which followed after what God told her.
That's right.
What God told her. Jacob's wrong. No, you wrong.
Watch your mouth.
Jacob ain't wrong.
Watch your mouth.
You, Jacob's not wrong in that situation.
Man said Jacob ain't sin, man.
Look, you know why Cain killed Abel, man? Because God didn't accept him. But one thing we gonna go deeper than that. It was iniquity in the earth already. Iniquity
He's already right.
exists.
He's already there.
Evil exists. So yeah, they was good men, but they had both sides in them.
Yeah.
They had both sides in them. But the good and the righteousness that was in these men superseded and overruled what they had in them besides that. Our evil, the evil that we got in us supersedes the good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We trying to wean the good out.
Oh.
Can't touch Cain.
Yeah.
Can't touch Cain, man. Cain.
God.
After Cain did what he did, you know what he did? He cried every day of his life.
Can't touch that, man.
To lament means to chant a dirge. A dirge is a sad song or a hymn. And that's what he did. He felt sorry. He was sorrowful for what he did to Abel.
Can't touch that, man.
Sorrowful. But these men, all these men that we read about, was able to discern whether God was with them or not. Did they gain the attention of God or not? We don't know nothing. We don't know nothing. We just got to go through it. Whatever happened, we got to go through it. And then we'll say, oh man, God has allowed me to fall in the pit. What did I do? I have not gained the attention of God because God allowed me to fall.
That's right.
See, these people was warned before they fell. And they was able to tell so that
This is why.
it will prevent them from falling.
Right.
And they can correct it.
Right.
You see the difference?
That's right.
Tom Sheep.
The vision of Isaiah,
Uh-huh.
the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, Hezekiah, kings of Judah.
Uh-huh.
Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth, for the Lord has spoken. I have nourished and brought up.
He said,
children.
"Hear, O heavens." He said, "Give ear, O earth." He said, "What? I have what?
I have nourished and brought up children.
I have nourished and brought up children." To nourish means to train, to upbring,
Yeah, no,
right? To bring, Tom Sheep.
And they have rebelled against me.
You know what that is? To raise up a child, and then when the child get older, they go against you.
oh yeah.
You know what that is? You know the feeling? You know the
Yeah.
feeling that God felt when all these years God has raised up a nation and taught this nation his laws, commandments, and statutes for them to reject God and turn their back on God? You know what that is? Yeah. God felt away. Why do you think he's speaking about it? He said, I raised up and brought up children. And what they did, they
And they have
rebelled
rebelled
against me. They rebelled against me. Tom Sheep.
The ox knoweth his owner.
The ox knoweth his owner. The cat know his owner.
That's right.
That dog you got, he knows his owner.
Oh yeah.
Huh? To know means what? To be aware of through observation, inquiry, or information. Those are the only way that you will know anything. You ain't observed nothing. There was no inquiry and there was no information. And when you got the information, you didn't diligent. You ain't do no diligent inquisition. You ran with it.
Right.
You ran with it. Okay? Tom Sheep.
And the ass his master's crib. But
And the ass his master's trough. The trough is a place where the animal eats and drinks. Tom Sheep.
But Israel doeth not know, my people doeth not consider.
But Israel, what verse were you at?
3.
He said, but Israel does not know. My people does not consider. The word for consider is bonaim. Bonaim means to look attentively. To look attentively. To observe. To consider. To reflect. Right? To think carefully about before making a decision. We cannot make decision without thinking about the situation. We can't react to things just off of impulse without thinking and judging the situation according to what God says.
Right.
Because we're going to make the wrong move.
That's right.
We're going to make the wrong move. Tom Sheep.
Sinful nation.
Sinful nation. The word for sinful is kata. It also means faulty. It's faulty nation. What does faulty nation mean? What is faulty? Blemish. Right? What is a blemish? A blemish is an imperfection that impairs. What is impair? Whatever impairs means to weaken or damage. What impairs you? Sin. Iniquity is what impairs us. When you steal, there's a blemish and you are impaired, which weakens you and damages you. And when you're weakened and damaged, you can't hold strong in God. When you're weakened and damaged, you start doing things contrary from what God says. When you're weakened and damaged, you start doing things contrary from what God says. Easily, right? To incur, right? Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
A people laden with iniquity.
A people laden with iniquity. Oh my goodness. The word for laden, it means kabed, of people that glory in iniquity.
Yeah.
Right? Now, what does glory means? Glory means common consent. Common consent. Consent, common means the same. Right?
Yeah.
Consent means what? To be in agreement with, to be in accordance in opinion, to give approval to, or to agree to. Why do we approve of things that's not godly?
Right.
Why do we approve of things that's not right by God? So now he said a people that glory in iniquity, right? You agree to agree with iniquity. What is iniquity? You know what iniquity is? Iniquity has to deal with your morals. Iniquity is immoral or grossly unfair behavior. Has to deal with your morals, right? And your morals is what tells you what is right and what is wrong according to what God says, right? Tamshi,
A seed of evildoers.
a seed of evildoers.
Children of
A seed of evildoers. A seed. What verse is that? Right, a seed of evildoers. Right? In the Hebrew it says Zerah me re'im, a seed from evildoers. Okay, go ahead, read.
children that are corrupters. They have forsaken the Lord.
Children that are corrupters. Children that are corrupt. Why are the children corrupt? Because the parents is corrupt.
That's
All right.
If the
Right.
father and the mother's corrupt, what makes you think you're going to have corrupt children?
That's right.
Then they're going to start altering and changing from the things that is lawful and right by God.
That's right.
They're going to start detouring, man.
You hear that?
He said, of children that are corrupters,
They have
Tamshi,
forsaken the Lord.
they have forsaken God. How do you forsake God? To abandon. How do you abandon God? When you detour. When you detour away from the things that is lawful and right. When you detour away from the things that is lawful and right. It also means to renounce. To renounce is a form of forsake.
I don't do that.
To renounce means what? To express your
Yeah, I
disapproval.
don't do that no more.
To
I don't
express your
Yeah.
disapproval to.
Yeah.
You know how many people have expressed their disapproval of what God says?
Mhm.
You read the book and you tell them God said this, this, and this, and
It
this.
doesn't happen
It don't have no effect.
at all.
And they don't feel no way about
At all.
to say, well, okay, but
You-
I just can't agree with it.
That's the cutoff soul.
Why?
That's it.
How do you find the strength and the courage to say that you disagree with God?
You're not meant to come here.
I'm afraid to do that. Someone tell me God says, I'm not going to say, well, I can't disagree with that.
That's right.
And I'm not going to voice it. I'm afraid to voice certain things.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
They have forsaken the Lord. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel into anger. They
What
are
verse you
gone
at?
away backward. 5.
He said that, all right. Now he said, sinful nation, right? Now what is sin? Sin is a vitiated state of human nature in which the self is estranged from God. What is vitiated? Anything that is vitiated is faulty and defective. So when we sin against God, it causes us to be estranged from God, right? It causes distance between you and God, okay? Which affects our nature, okay?
Yes,
Which affects our nature. And your nature is your character, right? Your character is one of the attributes or feature that distinguish a person. What distinguishes you? The laws of God. What distinguishes us? How we live. What distinguishes us and separate us and put a separation between you and this person? How we live. Okay? What is an attribute? An attribute is when people say things about you to clarify who you are.
This guy is this. He's like this.
Now, this guy ain't like that, man. Or you say, well, this guy did such and such and such and such. You said, well, you don't know that person. Because I know for sure that person won't do this or won't do that or won't do the other. Time sheet. What verse you at?
Verse 5.
Go ahead.
Why should ye be stricken anymore?
Why should you be stricken anymore? Huh? To be stricken means what? He said, why should you be warned? Why should I warn you? Why should I forewarn you? Why should I stop you? There's no reason for me to stop you. Huh? I'm going to let you go on in life according to what you think is right. Go ahead.
Ye will revolt more and more.
He said, you're going to continue to revolt. You're going to revolt more and more. I try to warn you. I try to stop you, but you continue to revolt. Tamshi.
The whole head is sick,
Uh-huh.
and the whole heart faint.
Mm-hmm.
From the sole of the foot even unto the head, there is no soundness in it,
Mm-hmm.
but wounds and bruises and putrefying sores. They have not been closed, neither bound up, neither mollified with ointment.
Uh-huh.
Your country is desolate. Your cities are burnt with fire.
Your country is desolate. Your cities are burnt with fire. Uh-huh.
Strangers devour it in your presence,
Uh-huh.
and it is desolate as overthrown by strangers.
That's right. It's desolate now.
Right there.
And who's in that? Who's in our land?
Strangers.
It's strangers, people that don't belong there. Why? Because we refuse to acknowledge our fault with God. We refuse to acknowledge where we came up short at with God.
Wouldn't even acknowledge.
You won't even acknowledge. We have a problem acknowledging. Let's go. Let's skip this. Let's go to Ezekiel 18.
Uh-huh.
Ezekiel chapter 18.
And the word of the Lord
Uh-huh.
came unto me again, saying,
Uh-huh.
What mean ye that ye use this proverb concerning the land of Israel, saying, The fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge?
Uh-oh. He said, what mean ye that ye use this proverb? A proverb was a saying.
Uh-huh.
He said, why y'all use this proverb concerning the land of Israel? Saying what?
The fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge.
The fathers had eaten sour grapes. The fathers ate the sour grapes, and by the fathers eating the sour grapes, the children had been affected by it. Right? The children's teeth had been set on edge. Now, the word for set on edge, is the word is tiquena. Tiquena means dull or blunted. All right?
So they're not sharp.
Right? Not sharp. Right? The fathers had eaten the sour grapes. That's a metaphor. Not actual sour grapes, but the fathers have violated the commandments of God. The fathers have sinned against God. The fathers have stole, have robbed, have deceived, have committed adultery. And guess who got infected by it? The children. That's what God said, right? Didn't God say he's going to command and remember the sins of the fathers upon the sons? And this is what's taking place now. He said the children's teeth are set on edge, right? The word for set on edge is tiquena. Tiquena means dull, right? Now, check this out now. What does the word dull means? Lacking interest. He said the fathers had sinned against God, and now because of you, oh Father, sinning and breaking God's law, your son, God is going to remove the interest. Because of my sins, my son started to lose interest in God. Lacking interest and strong excitement in God. What is interest? Now, interest is a stirred up feelings of wanting to give your attention and learn more about. That's when you're interested. You're into it. And when you want to learn about something, you're going to read. You're going to read. A person lose interest When he stopped reading.
Right.
You stop reading, you're losing interest. I said, you stop reading, you're losing interest. I gotta always, sometimes you gotta rule your spirit and say, man, listen, I didn't read the book for 2-3 days. I need to sit down and open this book and read. And read. Even though you don't feel like reading.
That's
There
right.
we go.
There's gonna come a time when you don't feel like reading. But I gotta force myself and say, no, this is what I'm about. And the only way for me to get better with God is to read. Because the ways of God is here. That's how you learn the ways of God, by reading. Okay? Go ahead, Tom She.
As I live, saith the Lord God, you shall not have any occasion anymore to use this proverb in Israel.
Look what God said. He said, all right, people. He said, you ain't gonna have no reason to say this ever again. Go ahead.
Behold, all
Behold.
souls are mine.
All souls are mine.
As the soul of the Father,
The soul of the Father.
so also the soul of the Son.
The
is
soul of
mine.
the Son is mine. That's what God said. He said, everything is mine. Every soul belongs to me.
The soul that sinneth, it shall die.
Nobody's going to die for your sins.
Make it
Right.
clear, make it clear.
I said, nobody can die for your sins.
That's right.
Make it
He
clear.
said, the soul that sinneth, it shall die.
Right.
You're going to die for your own sins.
That's
So
right.
that should tell you right there, this is two different books that people is reading.
That's right.
New Testament, Old Testament. So now they said that that Jake in the New Testament has abolished the laws in the Old Testament. What kind of foolishness am I hearing?
Abolish God's laws.
You can't abolish and do away with the laws of God. He said, the soul that sinneth, it shall die. You're going to pay for what
pay
you
for what
did.
you did.
That's right.
That's right.
I'm going to pay for what I did.
Not getting away.
But God will, and he does visit the sins of the fathers upon the children, upon the sons, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. He said, but, we're going to read that. Let's go.
But if a man be just,
But if a man be just,
do that which is lawful and right.
what is just? We're going to learn what just is. We're going to learn how to be just. Because most of us don't know how to be just. Just is doing what? According to what is morally right and fair by God. Okay? Fair and impartial in actions and judgment. Okay? So, go ahead and read.
If a man
If
be
a man
just
be
and
just
do that which is lawful
And
and
do
right,
that which is lawful and right.
and hath not eaten upon the mountains,
And had not eaten upon the mountains. Why I mentioned had not eaten upon the mountains? Because when most of the time, those was when they went up to the mountains, what was included while they went up to those mountains was idolatrous worship.
sacrifice.
Idolatrous worship was generally performed on mountains and hills. They went up high
Smoke
to
going
do idolatrous worship
Yeah.
to send the smoke up, right? Hills, right? And they offered sacrifices, feasted, and held communions with idols.
Uh-oh.
That word communion
Yeah.
struck a match.
That's right.
Communion.
Comunión.
Don't that remind you of what
Oh,
they
yeah.
did in the churches?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What they call it?
First communion.
Huh?
First communion.
First communion.
Comunión.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And the first communion, the origin of communions was done with idols, with deities. Tom She.
Neither hath lift up his eyes to the idols of the house of Israel.
Neither had lifted up his eyes to who? To the
To the
idols
of the house of Israel.
Because when you lift up your eyes, most of the time lifted up their eyes in love and in desire and in respect for these idols and deities. Tom She.
Neither hath defiled his neighbor's wife.
Neither had defiled his neighbor's wife or his neighbor's woman. This is your brother's wife. But you done committed adultery and went in to a married woman. Go ahead, read.
Neither have come near to a menstruous woman.
Neither had come near to a menstruous woman. The word for come near, it means quadab. It also means to approach or to come near a menstruous woman. What is a menstruous woman?
Period. Nidata.
A menstruous woman is a woman on her period, on her nidata. She's on her separation. All right? She's on her separation. And when she's on her separation, on the blood of her separation, there has to be a separation between her and her husband.
That's right.
Separation between those two. There's no way I could be, all right?
Yeah.
Now, go ahead, read.
It had not oppressed any.
It had not oppressed any. Now we're going to learn what is oppression. Because a lot of us oppress, and we don't know that we can oppress through our actions and the things that we say out of our mouth. Okay? What is oppression? Oppression comes from the Hebrew word, yoneh. Yoneh means oppress, to suppress, to vex, or to wrong. Right? To oppress means what? When you cause someone to feel distress, anxious, or uncomfortable by unjust exercise of authority by using words and action. By your words and actions, you can oppress.
That's
By
right.
your words, I can say things that will cause you to be distressed. By your words, you can say things that will cause you to feel uncomfortable. So now I have to gauge my words and watch what I say so that I don't make you feel uncomfortable, which means I have to consider you. Because if I say, and talk, I could have offended this person. And then you go to the person, man, but I didn't violate the law. He said, I didn't say nothing wrong. It ain't wrong in your eyes. You may not feel it's wrong, but that person feels it's wrong. Switch it around. Change it a little bit. You don't have to continue that way. That's what the book is teaching us. Okay? The word suppress. Suppress means to put down by authority, right? How do we put down by authority? To put someone down by disparaging, belittling, or subbing remarks intended to humiliate or embarrass. Subs. I ain't said it to you, but I'm throwing it out there so you can catch it. Watch yourself, man.
That's all over social media.
Watch yourself. It's all over social media, and it's in Israel.
Yeah.
It's amongst the ranks. Not only social media, it's here too. Say things for you to catch.
Yeah.
I say things for you to catch. I ain't said Uncle Joshua, but I said it for you to catch it.
You call that cliches.
Huh?
Cliches.
And what I said caused you to feel down and to belittle you and make you feel away. You're an oppressive person. You are not just. See that? All these things God said you got to correct that you got in you.
That's right.
That's how you is.
Yeah.
And you do things like that.
That's right.
So now, in order for God to look at you as just, you got to correct that.
Right.
Which means I'm not going to come and say things and blurt things and call people names and call people this and say this and say that to make that person feel away.
Right.
None of our forefathers did that. You didn't find Abraham come up and call people names. Isaac ain't called people names. Jacob ain't called people names. Those are the three men that God said to follow.
That's right.
Forget about what that one did, this one did, this one did. He said, follow Abraham, the rock from whence he was hewn.
That's right.
He said, follow Sarah, oh woman. He said, from whence he was dead.
That's right.
Well, you think you're going to learn the ways of God not reading. You got to read so you can learn what to do and what not to do. So that God don't look at you with the crooked eye.
That's right.
Well, I don't even know if found God. I don't care. I'm going to still look at you with the crooked eye. Because you ain't eating blood and fat, but you're doing this here that I don't like. You're doing this every day, but you're doing this here I don't like. To vex means to say or do things to distress. When you say things or do things to distress a person, to agitate a person, to irritate a person, to annoy a person. Don't we do this? We do that, right? You gotta stop, man. You gotta stop. Tom Street.
But hath restored to the debtor his pledge.
Restored the debtor his pledge. I done gave you something for collateral. Right? Right? The pledge is something given for collateral until you pay back.
Right.
But according to the law, and this is why we have to be versed in the law, the collateral or the thing that was restored was a man's garment.
That's what was used as collateral.
That's what they use for collateral.
Oh, and also pick-
You couldn't come in my house and pick nothing out of my house. God said to stay your butt outside of my house because he know the heart of it. God know us. I said, God know each and every one of us. You're going to go in the man's house and then you're going to start checking and looking around to see what you want. You stay your butt outside and the man is going to bring the place to you. But at the end of the day, before sun go down, you make sure you bring that pledge back so he can sleep in his raiment. He said, and I will bless you for that. He said, because I'm gracious. God said that. He said, man, I'll bless you, man. He said, because I'm gracious, man. The law teaches us what to do to have a heart.
That's right.
How to have a heart.
How to have a heart. How to gain a heart.
To have a heart.
Kasar leb means to lack a heart. When you go against these principles and these things that we read here in the book, you lack a heart. All right? Go ahead. Tom, see what verse you at?
Middle of 7.
Go ahead.
Hath spoiled none by violence.
Oh my goodness. Has spoiled none by violence. You know what the word for violence is? Gizela. Gizela. Gizela means violence. We know what violence means. Robbery. Those are one and the same. All right? But the last one pulled my attention. And I said, just look it up. Because I always thought spoil just means when you go to war and you take the spoil. Yeah, that means that. But it means more.
It means more, yeah.
Spoil means goods taken forcibly from a person. You ain't been to war.
You gotta go to war.
I'm not at war.
Take it.
But I'm taking things from this person here because of an argument, and you're stronger or whatever. We get into it. You done took the man book back. That's a spoil that you took. You wasn't even in war. God speak against that. That's not just. What God said to do. Go ahead.
And have given his bread to the hungry.
Has given his bread to the hungry. Has given his bread to the hungry. Go ahead,
And
read.
have covered the naked with a garment.
Covered the naked with a garment. Read.
Verse 8.
He
He that hath not given forth upon usury.
Usury is when
Oh, sure.
you borrowed $20. Look, there's a heavy sum that's coming on that $20. Next week, I want 40. Go ahead.
Interest.
That's usury. That's interest. Go ahead.
Neither have taken any increase.
Now that I had taken any increase. So when you come to pay me back my $20, I don't want nothing extra from that. Don't give me $10 extra. I don't want $5 extra. All I want is what you owe me.
Yeah.
What you owe me. That's it.
Straight. That's
But you know what? Vain and pride and you feel the need to let me see what happened. Okay, go ahead. We're gonna get into that. I don't want to jump the gun. Go ahead. Your needs. Go ahead, read.
That hath withdrawn his hand from iniquity. Hath executed true judgment.
That had withdrawn his hand from injustice. Right? To withdraw means to pull back.
I'm not gonna do that.
Nah, I can't do that. That's not just. It's not just by God, right? Huh? Injustice means what? Violation of the rights of others. When you violation of the rights of others, we got rights, but I violate your rights. I violate your rights. What? How do we know a man's rights? Everybody got rights. We violate the rights by violating the law. All right? Unfairness. What is wrong? An unfair or an unjust act or conduct. Tamshi.
That hath withdrawn his hand from iniquity, hath executed true judgment between man and man, hath walked in my statutes.
Have executed true judgment
True judgment.
between man and man. When you have executed true judgment between man and man, guess what happens? Brothers out the window, sisters out the window, family out the window, friends out the window. The only thing that stands is what is right and what is wrong, according to what God says. That's it. That's it.
That's all right, man.
That is above family. That's above you being my family. That's above that. Because I got to be able to look at my brother and tell him that he's wrong. I got to be able to look at this, my sister, and tell her that she's wrong. I got to be able to look at my family and denounce my family and tell them that they are wrong.
That's right.
In order to justify what God says.
That's right.
You are on God's side.
That's right.
Nobody else.
That's
You on
right.
God's side, man. I can't side with you because you my brother. And I will not side with you because you my brother. No, I got to judge everything according to what God said. And if you're right, you're right. If you're wrong in this instance, boy, I got to tell you, you're wrong in this instance. And then I'm going to pull the book out and I'm going to read it to you and show you where you're wrong at. Because this is what God said. I'm not telling you what formulates in my mind and what I think is right. Because what I think don't count.
That's right.
What you think
Don't count.
don't count.
That's right.
What you think don't count. Tell me what God thinks.
That's right.
Tell me the mentality of God. Tell me what you think according to what God says. Tamshi.
Verse 9.
Hath
walked in my statutes,
walked in my statutes.
and have kept my judgments to deal
Hath
truly.
kept my judgments to deal truly. To deal truly. The word for truly is emet. To deal in truth. Truly, it means what? To be in accord. To be in agreement with facts. To be in agreement with what is truth. So why do people get angry at the truth?
Yeah.
Why? Why we get angry and so discombobulated with the truth that God has stated in this book? Why?
Cut off. That's why.
Why? And that's the only reason why I can say why you will get angry with what God said is because you have a cut off state of mind. You got a cut off state of mind, and God has limited you. God has limited your righteousness. You can't get past. You can't increase in righteousness because we do things in our lives that stagnate our growth with God. I said we do things in our lives to stagnate our growth with God. We can't continue to grow. We can only grow to a certain limit, and that's it. God gonna keep you that way because of what you did here, or because of what you did over there, or because of what you did 5 years before, or 10 years before. He will stagnate you. You can't go. You can't increase. That stain is still there. Tamshi.
He is just. He shall surely live, saith the Lord God.
He is just. he shall surely live. Tamshi.
If he beget a son that is a robber,
If he beget a son that is a robber, the word for robber is peritz, right? Robber, violent, rapacious, tyrant. Now, you see, now in the Hebrew it says, if he had beget a son that is violent. Our forefathers was not violent. Moses was not violent. Joshua wasn't even violent. You know when Joshua got violent? When you violate God.
That's right.
When you violated his law, he didn't go to God to speak mercy for him. That time was then.
That's all right.
See, let me explain something to you. We look at it and say, "Hey, Joshua should have been the ruler and not Moses." No! No! It was certain times suited for certain men.
Yes.
And at that point in time, God considered. I said, God considered that these people is just coming out of Egypt with a mentality of an Egyptian. So I need a guy with patience and mercy and compassion and pity to deal with these people. Man, listen, man. And that's the main, and listen, man, and that's the way we need to be with newcomers.
That's right.
I'm like breaking this thing. I can't break it. Read the book, and the book will show you how to act with certain situations. Because these people was coming from a lifestyle
Only they knew.
that only they knew,
That's the way.
and they needed a merciful man that can show pity and compassion with the characteristics and the nature of God in them to speak up for them.
Let the speak of God.
So that's why God put Moses there. Because Joshua would have killed everybody.
Yeah, Joshua killed everybody.
Joshua would have killed everybody. And it wasn't time for Joshua. Now, after God done put these people through everything, through the wilderness and everything like this,
Everything's set up now.
everything is set up now. They're out the wilderness because the wilderness, God brought these people through the wilderness to prove them,
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
to try them,
That's right.
to prove them. So when God put them through the wilderness to prove them, most of the proving they failed. What do you think today is? This is a proving grounds. The proving never stops. You know when the proving stops? When you're dead.
That's right.
Now there's no reason for me to prove you
That's right.
because you are sucking on dust.
That's right. Dead.
You below 6 feet. As long as you're alive, God is going to prove you according to your laws, according to his laws, commandments, and statutes to see what you going to choose. I said, God is going to prove you according to his laws to see what you're going to choose. God gave us choices. And he allowed us to have choices so that I can see your heart and see what you really want, to see if you're really for this. So now it states what? Read that verse over, verse 10.
if he beget a son that
If
is
he
a
beget a
robber,
son that is a robber, in the Hebrew it said, if he beget a son that is violent. What is violent? I said again, our forefathers wasn't violent. When they got violent was in war. Was in war, right? What is violent? Usually harmful or destructive. You know what usually is? This is an everyday thing.
That's right.
He's harmful and destructive all the time.
That's right.
That's not the ways of God. You're not supposed to be that way. He said, usually harmful or destructive, abusively aggressive. The other word is rapacious. Rapacious means what? Inordinately greedy.
Out of order.
Inordinately greedy. Huh? And what happened? Who was inordinately greedy? God used what to prove them in the wilderness? Y'all know?
Manna.
The manna.
Some took more.
The manna. God told him to get an omer. Don't take nothing less. Don't take nothing more. He said, by this, Moses, he said, I'm going to prove them. He said, because we didn't know it was going to turn to worms. He said, but everybody that took more, it bred worms. Huh? Everybody that took more, they want to stash. I want a little snack-o at night. I want to snack on something. Paulie used to say snack-o. What you got, a little snack-o there? Snack-o, yeah, Paulie, I got snack-os. Little stasher roach. Huh? Rapacious, inordinately greedy, when you desire to possess more than you need. Oh my goodness. When you desire to get more than you need. You see the ways of God and you see the ways that God hates. We do that today. You take a plate and the man have a hill on this plate, man. A hill, a whole mountain of food on this plate. That's why you see the righteous ate just a little to suffice themselves. Huh? I said reading that book would change you.
That's right.
I got to stop eating so much because I fall under that category of being rapacious. I fall under that category like the children of Israel in the wilderness getting 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 damn omers, and God only said get 1. No, I ain't in denial. And I read the book to change the way I am. I don't know about nobody else. I read the book so I can change according to the will of God.
That's right.
We should read the book to change according to the will of God. We're supposed to be changing, man. Not remaining the same. Not remaining the same. How are you the same 10 years ago?
Paul used to stop conversations.
How? We ain't got time. How are you the same 15 years ago? I don't have time to mess around, man. I don't got time to mess around. Every time I'm driving, I say, oh, Lord God, please don't make this truck fall off into that water. Because I'm done. I can't swim. Your life is that. You know what that is? To be driving on the highway and a vicious collision happen. One of them trucks fall into that river and you can't swim.
That's it.
Lord have mercy. You're done. So every time you go on a damn bridge, your life is at stake. You don't know what fool you driving next to. Telling you, man, a bad collision, you could be in. Man, listen, man. Our lives are in God's hands 24/7, man. 24/7. And we playing with these laws, man. We playing with it, man.
We read it right there.
Playing with it. Still question. Tyrant. One of the last definition of peritz was a tyrant. You know what a tyrant is? A person who uses authority harshly and cruelly. You know what that reminds me of? What King David did with Shimei. He had the authority to kill him.
Yeah.
After he done kicked dust on him and cursed him, he had the authority to kill him. But he told Abishai to stand down. The reason why Shimei is doing that is because God told him to do it.
That's right.
You see his mentality? This happened because God told him to do it. He wasn't looking for Shimei to apologize. That's the mentality. You come, and I only do this with my family, and you do this to me and say offensive things to me, I'm not going to get angry. Those are the ways of David. You know what's the ways? That's the ways, man. You want to play games?
That's true.
You want to play games? And we know how many times we get into situations with each other And then the pride in me causes me.
I can't swallow that.
The pride in me is what caused me to get back into it with you.
Right. That's right. You hear that?
The pride in me is what caused me to get back into you. But guess what? I know better. I know how to move because God has shown me. It's not from you come and you call me a decrepit one. I'm going to say, yes, okay, I'm decrepit. Yeah, okay, I'm a worm. Yeah, I'm a roach. Don't worry about it. I said, you know why I'm a roach? I said, God must have pulled your tongue and told you to tell me that. He said, then I look at my hitter. He said, oh, don't worry about it, hitter. My hitter want to get at you. Because you don't offend the man.
That's right.
You don't offend the man. But my hitter want to get you. He said, nah, hitter, chill out, man. God told him to call me a decrepit one. That's the ways of God, man. You see, David, you ain't going to find that in the law. You got to read here and there and hope that God open your eyes to it. But I'm only deal with that with my people. Only.
That's how David was.
That's how David was, man. And that's why he gained the attention of God. Because of the way he was. My father said, you want to gain God's attention? He said, read the lifestyle of David and read about Job. Those two men was something else. I said, those two men was something else, man. God was angry not because of what they did, but because of the things that they were saying. Okay? I hope you're listening, man. I said God was angry with Eliphaz and Buhite and Zophorite, not because of what they did, but because of the things that they said. Be careful with your words and choose your words wisely, because we can say things that will cause God anger to rise and kindle against you. We think it's a game. And then we can, that's right, man. Man, I don't care, man. I'm just looking at him. I said, this guy done got distorted. I know there's something wrong with his mind. His mental, I tell you, we need therapy. I said, the young brother laughed. They need therapy, that's young locks. That's young locks.
Youngin, right? Youngin.
16. Nothing but young spunk. Yeah. He laughing. He laughing with the spirit of his father. Yeah. He laughing. Yeah, it's a joke. Niggas need therapy, man. You need therapy. I see a question up on the screen. He said, what do we do on Shabbat? We do what God said to do.
That's right.
The Most High has ordained and ordered us to have a holy convocation.
That's right.
A holy gathering.
That's right.
Exodus 20. A holy gathering. Leviticus 23. Right? In the Leviticus 23, first verse. Exodus 20, I remember what verse, but it says, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
That's right.
6 days shall thou labor and do all thy work. In it, thou shalt not do any work. Thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor the stranger that is within thy gates.
That's right.
So how do we keep the day holy?
Nobody.
There are certain ways of how to keep the day holy.
That's right.
All right? We can't kindle fire. Okay? We don't kindle fire on Shabbat. How do we keep the day holy? In Exodus 16, it states, boil what you're going to boil, seethe what you're going to seethe, and then it mentioned about manna. Right? The word for prepare, I forgot the Hebrew word, hekinu. Word for prepare is hekinu. So before Shabbat, you have to prepare. Hekinu means to prepare. Hekinu means to arrange.
That's right.
Hekinu means to provide. So the arranging has to be done. The arranging has to be done before the Shabbat. No, we can't use microwaves. No, we can't use no
Out
microwave.
the question.
No, we can't use stoves.
Out the question.
We don't use stoves
Toaster
to cook.
ovens.
I'm not using the toaster oven. I'm not using a microwave, and I'm not using no stove.
Cook when you use those things.
Okay? I'm not using none of those things on Shabbat. I can do without. I'm not taking a chance to use the microwave. Everything that I cook and warm up is done, is cooked already on Friday night. If I need to warm anything up, I leave my burners on Friday night from
That's
before
right.
the Shabbat comes in.
Common sense.
Before the sun go down Friday, I had 2 burners on. And if I need to warm anything up, I wrap it in foil paper and I put it on the stove so that it can be warm when I'm ready to eat it. I'm not taking the chance to use no microwave. I'm not kindling no fire. I'm not using no toaster oven. I'm not using none of that.
That's right.
I don't take chances like that because we don't have Moses and we don't have Aaron here to explain us the depth of the law. Okay? So now, where was I at?
Verse 10.
Verse 10. Cruel, all right? A person who uses authority harshly. King David was like that. He didn't abuse his authority. He was able to push Shimei out back.
He had the power.
He had the power to kill him, but he left him alone. He said, leave Shimei alone. He said, maybe God told him to curse David. Huh? Tom C.
If he beget a son that is a robber, a shedder of blood,
If he beget a son that is a robber, a son that robs, a violent man, a vicious man,
a shedder of blood,
a murderer, go ahead,
and that doth the like to any of these things.
a murderer, a murder. Now, what is a murderer? A murderer is a person that took a life unjustifiable. All right? I can't take a person's life that's not justified according to the laws. Someone say something to you, oh, I'm gonna kill him. I'll kill him. Put the water gun away, man. You ain't gonna kill nothing. You ain't gonna let nothing die. The water gun been cold since you got it. You haven't even tested it yet, but you're gonna kill him. Don't you know when you talk about killing and shooting and doing things like that, you need to be skilled in those type of things. That's why you got a lot of innocent bystanders getting hit because dudes watch the movie, Young Locks. Look, you know what I'm telling you? Let me show you what they do. They take the gun and turn it sideways. Like it's that's the movies, you fool. You better not run around in the streets, turn the gun sideways like you gangster, shooting the gun sideways. You're gonna hit a lot of bystanders, hit a lot of people that don't got no beat. What's wrong with y'all? But that's what these niggas do. They niggas. They watch the movies and they want to emanate. They want to emanate pops. They want to emanate all the gangsters that they saw on TV. They're not really gangsters.
Those are actors.
Right, they're actors. They're not really gangsters, but now they want to emanate the gangsters on TV. They watch Goodfellas. And they want to emanate Henry Hill. So they sit down at the temple with a bunch of drugs all over the place. And then when the police raid, they tell everybody. They want to give up everybody up. Now they want to give everybody up, but you in the game. You done got in the game, and you can't hold your own. You don't need to be there. You need to go punch 95. Go sell stockings. Go sell knee highs. Go sell socks and underwears. Life is not for you. Pantyhose, black soap,
Like so, like the dude at the table.
bean pies.
Yeah.
Sell things that you're not going to jail for.
Or even
Or even what?
Or even beat some drums.
Or go beat some drums.
Train, I'm getting paid.
Go on the train and beat some drums with the brothers and make some honest money there. Go beat the drums with the bros. Time sheet.
and that doeth not any of those duties, but even have eaten upon the mountains and defiled his neighbor's wife,
Had eaten upon the mountains and defiled his neighbor's wife. Go ahead.
hath oppressed the poor and needy,
Had oppressed the poor and needy.
hath spoiled by violence,
Spoiled by violence.
hath not restored the pledge,
Had not restored the
and
pledge.
hath lifted up his eyes to the idols, and hath committed abomination,
And committed. Let's read it. Go ahead.
hath given spoil upon usury,
Uh-huh.
and taken increase.
Uh-huh.
Shall he then live?
Shall he then
He
live?
shall not live.
He shall not live.
He hath done all these abominations, he shall surely die.
Uh-huh.
His blood shall be upon him.
What verse you at?
14.
Okay. His blood shall be upon him. So when you die, hey, listen, your blood is upon you.
Yeah.
You caused this on yourself by your raunchy actions against God. Go ahead, read.
Now lo, if he beget a son that seeth all his father's sins. which he
Okay,
hath
now
done,
check this out now. Now, if you have a son that see it,
all his father's sins.
that
which
see
he hath
it,
done,
or everything that his father done did,
and consider it.
and consider it. And the Hebrew word for consider is yireh. It means he feared. He seen and he visualized everything that his father did. You don't gotta follow it. That's not what God said. You ain't gotta follow that. Your father's doing evil, okay. I ain't gonna correct him, but I ain't gotta follow it.
That's
He
right.
said, the book said, you see everything that your father is doing, but you are afraid. You fear to walk and tread that, go in that path, right? You fear. Tamshi.
And doth not such like.
And you don't do the such like. You don't do the same.
That had not eaten upon the mountain,
Uh-huh.
neither have lifted up his eyes to the idols of the house of Israel,
Uh-huh.
have not defiled his neighbor's wife,
Uh-huh.
neither have oppressed any, have not withholden the pledge, neither have spoiled by violence, but have given his bread to the hungry, and have covered the naked with a garment,
Uh-huh.
that had taken off his hand from the poor, and
Uh-huh.
had not received usury or increase, have executed my judgments,
Executed my
have
judgments,
walked in my statutes,
have walked in my statutes.
he shall not die.
He shall not die. What?
He shall not die for the iniquity of his father.
For the iniquity of his fathers.
He shall surely
You
live.
mean to tell me look, man.
That's a breach, right?
Look, man. That's the opening. That's the breach. Iniquity is what caused the opening in your spirit.
That's right.
When we sin against God, we become contaminated. We become defective. We become blemished. We become flawed. And when we become these things, now God can't open your eyes to certain things. According to the cleanness of a man goes according to how God deals with you. How clean, the more clean you are, the more God deals with you and he show you. The more clean you are with God is the more God come to you and show you and reveal certain things to you that the normal people can't understand or see. We'll read the same chapters and you two people reading the same chapters see something different.
Yeah.
See something different.
Something
Yeah.
wrong.
See something completely different.
Yeah.
When there's only one way to watch and see and understand this chapter.
Yeah.
But some people God block.
That's right.
Some people God close their eyes to the truth.
That's right.
Why? Because of your actions and the way you live your life
That's right.
that is despicable before God.
That's right.
And then you have another one that's trying to clean up and wants to clean up before God. God gonna show them.
That's right.
Right? Now, iniquity. When we sin against God, when we commit iniquity, there's a thing called guilt. When you steal, you must have guilt. You got to feel guilty for when you steal. When you deceive, you got to have guilt. When you violate these laws, commandments, and statutes, you got to have guilt. You got to have guilt, man. And when we don't have guilt before God, when you feel that way, when our forefathers felt guilt, you know what our forefathers did, man? One of my other brothers was in trouble with the law, man. I was eager for him. I kept telling him, I said, yo, man, because I believe it. I believed it. He was in trouble with the law. So I said, yo, man, you gotta try this, man. You the perfect man to try it. I said, put on some sackcloth, fast, and humble yourself before God. I want to see the reaction of what's going to take place. Because this caused an immediate reaction with Ahab.
Oh, yes.
Immediately.
I noticed it immediately.
God noticed it immediately. And he was messed up. Ahab messed up, man. Had his wife Jezebel doing things, making sanctions, murdering, killing. She ran the whole nation. And he let her run it. Baal worship. She was a queen, a Zidonian queen. One of the prophets said, man, you think it was light?
It was a light thing.
A light thing for what?
She was married.
For you to marry this woman?
Woman.
You see, you think it was a light thing for you to marry this woman? Everything you did, but that right there signified it. It was a bright light on that action.
Yeah.
Bright.
She ain't changed.
Bright. Because she did not change, man.
She remained
Look,
the same.
man, the woman saw her husband moping and sad. So she looked at her husband and said, why are you sad and you eating no bread? You ain't eating. You sad? She said, man, Ahab said, I want the field of Nabal. He said, but Nabal said, man, I can't give it to you, man. This is the inheritance of my father. And when you read the law, this is why I back up the history with the law with the history. When you read the law in Leviticus 27, it tells you about the inheritance that you cannot give away. Can't give certain inheritance. A inheritance that's passed down from father to father, from family to children to children. You can't mess with that, man.
That's right.
You can't mess with that. The king ain't mess with that. He was the only king, and why God stirred those feelings up in him? Because you got your wife doing a whole bunch of atrocities.
Right.
So he stirred those feelings in you to move you to feel that way for his vineyard, which was going to cause a reaction from Jezebel, because her desire, the one good thing I saw from that, the one good thing I realized from that was that her desire was towards her husband.
She only had one
And
man.
regardless of what her husband wanted, she said, listen, I'm going to get it for you.
The only way she knew
Man,
how.
I can't see my husband laying here not eating. Not eating. He's sick. What you want? She said, dost thou govern the nation? He said, don't worry about it, husband. He said, I'm going to get you the vineyard of Nabal. And she went and did her thing and got it. But God, the thing that Ahab did that brought the attention to God was when he fasted, put on sackcloth, and he humbled himself. His angelic hosts don't feel the same.
No.
They only turn towards the thing that is evil. Once you're evil, they're against you. That's why God told the nation of Israel. He said, I can't come in front of you and I ain't leading y'all no more. Because the iniquity, the sin that y'all did was great. I said, the sin that y'all did at the grounds of Mount Sinai was great. He said, so therefore I can't lead you no more. He said, but I'm going to let my angel go lead you. He said, beware, because my name is in him. I said, my name is in him. He's not going to have mercy. He ain't going to have no pity.
Prayers ain't going
to do it. And guess what? Once God went back to his place, now even Moses, look, he left him in charge. Moses can't even go. Moses can't even go to God.
No.
He left. That's why he left the angel there. He said, no.
You gonna
Every time something go on within the ranks, Moses come. He talked to God, appease him, calm him down. Not this time, Moses. You ain't doing this to me this time. No. Because what they did was a great sin. He said, I'm going to set this angel in front of you. Y'all can mess around now. I ain't got nothing to do with it. The angel going to lead you guys. And when y'all violate and think y'all could mess around and do things and do, it's gonna get, we gonna get bang. The only one that can stop him is me.
Nigga, my name is in it.
He said, my name is in him.
Oh, that's all he
God had to hold that angel back.
Right.
King David saw the angel dispensed in mid heavens with his sword drawn. His eyes stayed open. He said, alas, oh Lord, stayed open. He said, what did these sheep do? He said, put it on me in my father's house.
He seen the angel.
He about to go into Jerusalem.
That's right.
Huh?
You saw an
Come
angel,
on, man.
man.
Huh?
You saw an angel of God.
He saw an angel of God, man.
And it
Dispensed
wasn't
in mid
nice.
heaven. And it wasn't beautiful.
It looked like no baby.
It
right?
wasn't nice.
Okay.
We didn't have
They
Pampers
had no
on.
Pampers.
No.
All right. Just make it clear. Just make it
Tom
clear.
Sheet, where you at?
18.
Where?
As for his father.
Okay, hold up. Now, I said we are always guilty before God. I said we are always guilty before God because we sin every day. All right? When you feel now, guilt is a feeling of culpability. Right? Guilt is a feeling of culpability. All right? I just saw another question. Sackcloth. You can go to the material store
Call it
and
burlap.
get sackcloth. It's called
Burlap.
burlap.
Yeah, burlap.
It's called burlap. You take that, wrap yourself out. Some of our forefathers enrolled themselves with sackcloth and put on clothes. And they put themselves, see, when you're humbling yourself and afflicting yourself, you put yourself in an uncomfortable state.
Yeah.
In an uncomfortable state
To show God.
to show God that I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's why this Yom Kippur, this day of atonement that come around, I'm putting on my sackcloth.
Cross back. We got it.
I'm putting on my sackcloth.
Right?
I'm wrapping myself in my sackcloth.
Cross back.
And I'm going to make myself uncomfortable. This is the sackcloth. Very itchy. You put it on, you ain't going to sleep.
Not at all.
That's sackcloth.
Underwear.
My father wore that every day.
That was his underwear.
That was his underwears. That was his clothes. He wore it every day.
Next stage.
Fasted for 3 days.
He said the next stage was to get
Fasted for 3 days and wore sackcloth for every day of his life until the day of his death. Why? Because he said that he was sorrowful for the things that he did in his past.
Right.
The things that he did when he wasn't, before he knew who God was.
That's right. Sorry.
He was sorry for those things.
That's right.
And I would sit in the room with him and watch him cry
Wow.
for the things that he did in his
right.
past that was
Yeah.
against God.
That's right, my teacher.
He said he was ashamed.
Ashamed. He said some things I don't even want to talk
He
about.
said I was ashamed.
He said some things y'all don't even know. I
I
can't even tell you because he's ashamed. But you don't get there automatically. Like you don't get that automatic right away. You gotta build up to that. You gotta build up to that level. There's levels in righteousness, man. You gotta build up to that level. You gotta build up to that level. Now, guilt is a feeling of culpability for offense. What is culpability? Culpability means when you are responsible for your own faults. When you are responsible for your own faults or wrongdoings. Ain't that something? People have a problem being responsible for their own wrongdoings, for the things that they did wrong. They won't fess up.
People have a problem.
They did wrong. They violated, but they won't fess up and acknowledge their fault before God. If we desire to be better with God, if we desire to be good in the eyes of God, then we got to be able to acknowledge our faults, which is going to bring forth changes. Okay, Tom Sheet.
As for his father, because he cruelly oppressed,
Read.
spoiled his brother by violence, and did that which is not good among his people. Lo, even he shall die in his iniquity. Yet say ye, why? Do it not the son bear the iniquity of the father?
Uh-huh.
When the son had done that which is lawful and right, and have kept all my statutes and have done them,
Wait,
he shall surely live.
Go back.
Verse 18.
Verse 18.
As for his father,
As for his father,
because he cruelly
the father cruelly oppressed,
spoiled his brother by violence,
spoiled his brother by violence,
did that which is not good among
and
his
the
people.
father did that which was not good among his people.
No, even he shall die in his iniquity.
Yeah, he gonna die for his sin. Tom C.
Yet ye say, why?
Then you ask the question, like, why? Why? Tell me why.
Doth not the son bear the iniquity of the father?
Mm-hmm.
When the son had done that which is lawful and right, and have kept all my statutes.
Yeah, the son is gonna bear the sins of the father, but what changed it and flipped it was that the son did that which was lawful and right by God.
That's right. That's right.
Uh-huh.
And have kept all my
He
statutes,
kept all the
and
statutes
had done them,
and had done them.
he shall surely live.
He shall surely live. God is not going to visit the sins of the father upon his son that is pushing for righteousness and holiness. Because he didn't follow in the path or the footsteps of his father. Okay? Go ahead.
The soul that sinneth,
The soul that sinneth,
it shall die.
it shall
right.
die. You sin, you won't die.
That's
I
right.
sin, I die.
That's
You
right.
sin, you die. If we sin, we gonna die.
That's right.
No one is gonna die for my sins.
That's right.
No one can die for my
No one
iniquity.
can
That's
die
right.
in my iniquity.
No one.
That's right.
God ain't gonna kill this person for what you did. That's not how God deals.
That's right.
So Moses, no.
He told Moses no. Moses said, "Oh Lord God." He said, "Oh Lord God." He said, "If you can't forget these people," he said, "blot my name out of your book.
Spare them.
Kill me and spare the people."
That's right.
You see the mentality of that man.
Man said, damnation.
You see the mentality of Moses, man.
Doom me, man.
He said, you know what he asked God? To blot his name out of the book of life.
Remembrance, man.
And he
You know what
meant
that means?
That wasn't a game.
We're not even realizing the effect that Moses is going to get for God blotting his name out of that book. God got a book.
Oh yeah.
I said, God got a book.
Oh yeah. The big book.
And if your name come out of that book,
That's right.
It goes in another book.
you don't want your name out of that book.
Go in the book of life.
Tom, see?
The soul that sinneth, it shall die.
The soul that sinneth, it shall
The
die.
son shall not bear the iniquity
The
of the
son
father.
shall not bear the iniquity of the fathers.
Neither shall the father bear the iniquity of the son.
Uh-huh.
The righteousness of the righteous shall be upon him, and
Uh-huh.
the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon him.
Uh-huh.
But if the wicked will turn from
But
all
if the
his
wicked
sins,
turn, you see what that is? That's all Job did. He said Job exuded evil. When you look up the word for exude in the Hebrew, it means to turn away from that which is evil. That's all you gotta do. Is turn from the things that is unlawful and wicked and evil. That go ahead.
but if the wicked will turn from
his
all his sins that he
uh-huh.
had committed and keep all my statutes and do that which is lawful and right, he shall surely live.
He shall surely live.
He shall not die.
He shall not die. Uh-huh.
All his transgressions that he hath committed, they shall not be mentioned unto him.
All his transgressions that he had committed, they shall not be mentioned. You know what's the word for mention? Yizakru. Yizakru means remember,
Won't bring it up.
which means if I didn't remember it, I'm not gonna mention it.
Don't mention it.
God said that.
Not even him.
Why God not gonna mention what you did? Your sins that you did because you turned from that. I don't live that way no more. See, thank God for God. People judge you according to your past.
True.
But God don't do that. No matter what you tell a person, listen, man, I don't live that way no more. I used to be that way.
Right.
I don't do that no more.
That's right.
They still judge you according to your evil. No, you evil. Because I keep telling you I don't live that way. But you still judging me according to my past. God don't do that.
That's right.
Thank you, Lord. Thank God for God.
That's right.
Thank the Most High for the Most High.
Right.
Thank the Creator for the Creator. He God for God, man.
Aha.
Because if it was up to man, man, you'd have been dead already.
Oh yeah.
You'd have been dead already.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Sucking on the doorknob.
Oh yeah.
That's why David said, "You judge me."
You've been dead already, sucking on the doorknob. That's why God had David choose his punishment. He said, man, he didn't choose nothing that God said. He said, you judge do it. Because with you, with the Most High, with thou, it's mercy.
Ain't no mercy.
With you, with thou, with the Creator, there's mercy. People aren't be. Let's read it.
Get him.
Let's read it.
All his transgressions that he had committed, they shall not be mentioned unto him. In his righteousness that he had done, he shall live. Have I any pleasure at all that the wicked should die, say the Lord?
Wait a minute. You read that again, man.
Have I any pleasure at all that the wicked should die, say the Lord God?
You think God got pleasure and he's happy that people die? No. He didn't create people to die. He didn't create Adam to die. He didn't create Eve to die. You know who did that? You know who desired death? Because he knew what was going to happen because of that. The adversary. The serpent approached Eve. But the serpent knew not to approach Adam.
People know who to bring it to.
He knew where to go to. So he said, listen, Eve, I can beguile her and I can trick her into eating that tree of knowledge of good and evil. I can trick her. But Adam here, I know I can't get him. I ain't gonna be able to get him, man. I ain't gonna be able to get him. So you know what? Let me go to her, and by me going to her, she gonna give it to him. And there goes the game. What he did was he repeated the same question. He said, has God said that you shouldn't eat of every tree of the garden of the field? God didn't say that, but he want her to mention it. No, God didn't say that. God said of every tree in the field thou mayest freely eat, but the tree that's in the midst of the garden, you should not eat from it, neither shall you touch it.
And that's when he.
You know what you know how I call you a Negro? You know why I'm mentioning Negro? Because a Negro said that Eve is a lie, that Eve lied. That's what the dude said.
She lied.
He said Eve lied. But Eve was in her innocent state.
That's right. She didn't know life.
She didn't know what lying is because she didn't eat or consume that tree of knowledge of good and evil just as yet. So she wasn't able to discern between good and bad, evil and righteousness. Eve ain't no liar. And I don't like to hear people talk against my mother, my forefathers, and the people that I read about, that I look up to in this book. Eve ain't lied. Quick to denounce and put Eve down. Leave Eve alone.
Your mother lied when she had you.
Leave Eve alone. Leave Eve alone. Eve ain't lie. She said God said.
That's right.
She said God said. She said God said. God said it. Don't eat from it. Don't touch it. So with that being said, be careful of the things that we consume. Be careful of the things that we eat. Okay? Be careful of the things that we touch. Okay? We cannot go around touching things that God has denoted as abominable. Okay? Go ahead, read.
And not that he should return from his ways and live. But when the righteous turn it away from his righteousness.
What verse you at?
24.
Go ahead.
But when the righteous turn it away from his righteousness, committed iniquity and doth according to all the abominations that the wicked man do, shall he live.
When the righteous man turned away from that which is righteous and commit iniquity, God said, everything that you did before is forgotten. So it's like we starting over. We starting over and over You know what that means? We're fluctuating. We're shifting. We're shifting back and forth with God.
In and out, in and out.
Do some things good and perfect with God, and then next thing we back up. We gotta remain pushing forward. Go ahead, read.
All his righteousness that he had done shall not be mentioned. In his trespass he had trespassed, and his sin he had sinned, in them shall he die. Yet ye say, the way of the Lord is not equal.
The way of the Lord is not equal.
Hear now, O house of
The
Israel.
way of the Lord is not equal. We done went and told God that he ain't fair. We done went and told God that he ain't right. The word for equal is takan. Takan means what? To be fair, right? Free from self-interest and to be impartial, which means they're telling God that he's partial.
Like little kids.
He's partial. He ain't fair. He's unequal. He ain't fair. Right? Go ahead, read.
Hear now, O ye house of Israel, is not my way equal, or not your ways unequal?
You hear what God said? He said, listen, O Israel. He said, are not my ways equal? Are not my ways just? Are not my ways fair? And you are unequal?
When a righteous man turneth away from his righteousness and committed iniquity and dieth in them.
When a righteous man turn away from his righteousness and do what? And commit iniquity.
And dieth in them.
And he dies in his iniquity.
For his iniquity that he had done.
For his iniquity that he had done.
Shall he die?
Shall he die? Time sheet.
Again, when the wicked man turneth away from his wickedness that he had committed, and doeth that which is lawful and right, he shall save his soul alive. Because he considereth and turneth away from all his transgressions that he had committed, he shall surely live.
Because he
shall
fear
not
it.
die.
Because he fear it. Because he fear God. That's what causes you to turn away from that which is unlawful. That is what causes changes. Because you are afraid. Go ahead, read.
Yet say the house of Israel, the way of the Lord is not equal. O house of Israel, are not my ways equal, or not your ways
Okay,
unequal?
cut that. I got a few more minutes. I want to hit something up quick fast before I come down. Go to Proverbs 1. Proverbs chapter 1. Got it?
To the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to receive the words of understanding.
Why Solomon? The wisest man to ever live. The face of earth was Solomon. There'll never be another man as wise as this man.
That's right.
Never.
Not before, not after.
You know why?
Right.
Because this man didn't desire money. He didn't desire the death of his enemy. He asked God to give him understanding to judge a wise and understanding people. You see, when he asked God, God said, all right. He said, since you ain't asked for these things and this and this, he said, I'm going to give you wealth.
Very
I'm
unselfish.
going to give you rich. I'm going to give you everything. Which means Solomon had an unselfish mind. He considered the people. He's the king now. He considered the people, and he knew he needed a certain quality to judge these people. Because now he's responsible for these people. Okay? He said to know wisdom and instructions. The word for instructions is musar. Musar means learning. What is learning? Learning is what? Knowledge acquired through experience. You done been through it. Through study, which means you stay in the books and you study, or by being taught. Okay?
Imagine if you get on 3.
What is instructions? Detailed information telling how something should be done. That's what the book is. The book is instructions. It's detailed information of how we should live our lives according to what God says, so that we don't offend God. Okay? Go ahead, read.
To receive the instruction of wisdom, justice.
To perceive the words of understanding. The word perceive is he habim, he beit yod nun. It means to understand, to teach, or to explain. You're able to understand and explain the words of understanding. Bina. Bina means reasonings, right? The action of thinking of something in a logical, sensible way. Not thinking about it in an emotional state. You don't think about situations in emotional states, because when you think about things in an emotional state, you could be right, you could be wrong. You could be right, you could be wrong. You have to think about your reasoning is the action of thinking of things in a logical, sensible way. Okay? It has to make sense. Tom She.
To give subtlety to the simple, to the young man, knowledge.
Hold up. Subtlety, right? The word subtlety is arma. Arma means prudence. You know what prudence means? You know what prudence means? Prudence, we all know what prudence means, right? The ability to govern and discipline oneself by the use of reasoning. But I came across another word. It means cautiousness. Prudence also means to be cautious. Huh? So when we're dealing with God and when we're dealing with ourselves, we got to be cautious. Cautious means what? It's a quality or a habit of being careful about what you say and what you do.
I'm aware of everything I say.
You got to be aware of everything you say and do, because the things that I say, I could violate and offend God. The things that I do, I could violate and offend God.
That's right.
Okay? Go ahead, read. Now, to govern is to exert a determining or guiding influence in or over. You know who got that? Leaders. Leaders got that. Govern. You know why I said govern yourself? Because only leaders can do that. And when you govern, it means to exert. What does exert mean? To give off. To give off of determining or guiding influence. So I done gave off a feeling towards you to make you feel that, wow, I could follow this person. I could actually ask him a question and he could answer me.
Yeah.
That's what govern means, man. Leaders got that. Leaders attract.
That's right.
They don't detract.
No, don't push people.
You don't push people away. A leader, to become a leader, you got to be a good servant. You got to be a good listener. My father taught me that. You're not a good listener. You ain't a good servant. You can't lead nobody nothing. Nobody gonna follow you. Let's read.
To the young man, knowledge and discretion.
What verse you at?
4.
Okay. 4?
To give subtlety to the simple.
Okay, I'll read.
To the young man, knowledge and
To
discretion.
the young man, knowledge and discretion. Wait a minute. We're going to dig into this word discretion.
Discretion.
Oh, my goodness.
Discreet.
The word discretion comes from the word to be discreet.
Yeah. That's right.
I said, we are getting this information from a wise man, a man that was wise over all the earth. Okay? We are not discreet with our words.
That's right.
We not, man. We just blurt out anything and say anything regardless and not considering whether I'm going to hurt you with these words or not.
That's right.
We're not discreet. Okay? Solomon said, read that again, man.
To give subtlety to the simple.
Subtlety to the simple.
To the young man, knowledge and
To the
discretion.
young man. You know why he said young man? Because an older man,
They got discretion.
an older man, not today, brother. Don't say that. Don't say that.
They're supposed to.
Right. I said, he said, you know why I said don't say that? He said, because he said the older men or older people supposed to have discretion. I said, but not today. Dudes be 40, 45, 50 years old with no discretion. No, not discreet at all. That's why it's specified to the young man discretion. It's is usually the young man
Yeah.
with no discretion.
Right.
But now I have seen young men with discretion, and the older ones are being the fools and not being discreet with their words. That's why I will look at you and say certain things and don't think nothing about it. If you are discreet, you watch your words and the things that you say to people. Okay? What is discretion? Means mind, right? The power or right, right? Or act according. Hold on, not that. All right, discretion is a quality of behaving or speaking in such a way as to avoid causing offense or revealing private information. I done went and told this brother that I had prostrate problems. I ain't got no prostrate problems.
Use it for example, right? Make it clear. For example.
That's just an example. I done told this brother I got prostrate problems. And this brother, I had to tell him, don't tell nobody else. You know, he gets angry now. Anger. Anger. You know how many times people do that? I talked to this brother about certain things, and he get angry. And then he pulls Say to the side. He pulled Say to the side and said, man, that brother told me he got prostrate problems. What are you doing, man? Your anger is what caused you to reveal this private information about what this brother told you. You have no discretion. Even though if you're angry, you got to be able to hold your tongue.
That's right.
Hold your tongue. That unruly member of the body, the tongue. Move, jump when it don't want to jump. Want you to, it just moves. That's right. Now, it also means sagacious, means having keen mental discernment between what is right and wrong. You're able to discern what is right and what is wrong according to the standards of God, according to what the Creator says. That's what counts. That's the only thing that counts. So if I'm not wrong, according to what God said, leave me alone. I'm not wrong. Don't tell me I'm wrong, because God didn't say I was wrong.
That's right.
I'm wrong according to your way, to the way that you think and how you feel, according to your heart and your mind. But none of that counts when we're dealing with God, man. And with that, I already got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikael Ben-Lev. He is also a chief man. A chief man born in the way of life and ought to be respected as such. Okay? I say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, Chief Eleazar, and Eleazar, and Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Give all due respect to chief men, princemen, mothers in Israel, brothers and sisters. I bid you out of tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, God.
At this moment, I would ask for everybody to rise. And repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other God before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
But I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I am the Lord thy God, the jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath
to
day,
keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy
nor
son,
thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
nor thy
nor
manservant,
thy maidservant,
nor thy
nor
maidservant,
thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in them is,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested the seventh day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
Nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his
nor
ox,
his ass,
nor his
nor
ass,
anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
You may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightning, and the noise of the trumpet, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear, but let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon of thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings. And in all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. That's our constitution. That is the constitution. Everybody got a constitution. They got the Pledge of Allegiance. These guys, the Russians, they get up. Everybody get up and says some type of ode to their king, God, or country. Well, this is the constitution and the commandments of God.
That's right.
Okay? And it was made by God. No man wrote this. What we recite, no man wrote. Okay? A man can't make this up because man is born in wickedness. So God, the creator, okay, see that, okay, well, these guys are messed up. They're being born with the wickedness because of this situation that happened in Genesis. Few men. It was always one man out of this generation. It said Noah was what? Perfect and upright in what? His generation. He was the only man in his time on the planet that God looked at and got attention from. Abraham. And then it came down and go, okay. We'll make a whole nation of you guys because of you, Abraham. Locked in with you. I'm going to do it to where it's going to be a whole bunch of you. You're going to have seed. It's not going to be after a while. It's not going to be one man every generation. That's the reason why God formed them, and then he gave them this. Because this is how Abraham and Isaac and Jacob lived. They lived these same commandments. Moses lived these same commandments. Isaiah lived these same commandments. But why today? The same commandment. Nobody can agree. Got one God, right?
Right.
one law.
Yes.
It's supposed to be one people.
Yes.
That we're not one people no more.
No.
We still got one God and one law.
Mhm.
The people now, everybody knows it all. Everybody knows it all. Because everybody got a book. Back then, you heard what Chief Shama said.
Everybody.
Only the priest had it and the king. But before God told it, said for the king to have it, the king didn't have it either. Until God said it. Now I gotta go get now the two heads got it. Because now you're gonna have some bright people that have bright ideas. You know, people you got carpenters that don't have a carpenting license.
Yeah.
You have people who do things and don't have a license for it. They haven't been validated.
Butcher.
You have self-proclaimed champions,
Yeah.
self-proclaimed teachers,
Yeah.
self-proclaimed leaders, self-proclaimed gangsters. This is what we're dealing with today now. All right? That's why Chief Shama implores you guys to read, because that's what got us to where we at. That's how our father trained us. There's times we watching the TV, and he just say, "Yeah, man, cut that off. Get the book."
Mhm.
That's what you have to do with yourself. We were trained that way. So there's times I'm gonna be like, okay, pause for whatever I'm looking at, and I pick my phone up and I start looking up certain things. Okay, yeah, I said, boom, 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 boom. And it's on pause, and it's on pause for 3 hours now. Now the screen go black. That comes from being trained. Now, people who don't go through this type of extensive training, who don't go through boot camp, they're not going to know. If you want to know, you have to be around the ones who are trained.
That's right, fool.
He said, observation. You know how long people have been doing this and watching themselves? Observation. Experience. You know how much people has been here doing this and can tell you without a doubt that this is a fact because they've experienced the word of God. They've experienced miracles with God. They've experienced wondrous works with God. I don't need to be in Egypt. I don't need to be there to believe God. I have my own experiences that I've been through. So I know. Okay? And study. Right or wrong, right?
That's right.
Study. The first Hebrew word that I ever looked up was darash. Remember?
That's to seek. That's right.
And that's to seek, to study, to question, to bring inquisition, to find out about. So that's what has to be done. Okay? You have to read. So that when the law is being pronounced, you are along in an agreement with it. You have to stop lying. So that when the law is being propounded, you will not be in denial. Because being in denial means I'm lying to myself.
That's right.
If you don't have a Hebrew name by now, you should have one. After a while, you're going to still be thinking like John.
Yeah. You'll still be thinking like black man.
You're still going to be thinking like Sharice. You got to stop. Pick a name. Been a while now. That's my album. My album said the Prince told him, he said, hey, man, you can't keep going by this name here no more. Because you moving a certain way. You got to change that name. He said, look, by 3 o'clock when I get back, have a name. And he had his name. That's how he got his name. Yeah, pick a name, man. Go in that book and pick it. Don't pick no name that's close to your heathen name.
You gotta let Johnny
Peter,
go.
what? Experience showed me that.
Here, Jimmy.
Okay? Don't do that. You gotta let that past life go. Okay? Now, we're gonna go into a couple of chapters. We're gonna do a lot of running around today because you gotta know there are things that you can do against God that will have you cut off. You know what cut off means? It's two meanings to that.
Yeah.
In life, you're sitting right here, but you're still cut off from God. God still cuts you off. In a matter of time, you're not going to be here. You're not going to excel with this. So when he cuts you off now, you out there. You're not part of this no more. He's cut you off. For whatever reason, you're not here no more. God has cut you off. When you die, and you will die, I say you will die. Nobody people can argue a lot about a lot of things, but they can't argue that you're going to die. When you die, and you die, he just read it. In your iniquities, he said he's going to die because of that. I don't think y'all got that. He's dead already. He died. And now he's going to die again because he died in his iniquities. There's a penalty for dying in your sin. Do you understand that? So when you die, you're still going to be somewhere, existing somewhere to receive the penalty for dying in your iniquity. That's what I got just now from what we read. That's what I got. So, more proof. Because a lot of people say when you die, that's it.
No.
So what we doing this for?
That's when it starts.
When you die, that's it. Those are the same people who believe that Jake died for their sins.
Yeah.
That's why they tell you when you die, that's it.
It's the world.
You can't listen to all Israelites, man. All right?
That's right.
A teacher's going to tell you what you don't want to hear. The right thing. The right thing. Okay?
A teacher, not a preacher.
No. He's going to tell you the right thing. Not what the teachers say, what God say. I can only reiterate what the Lord said.
That's right.
I can only reiterate what God says.
That's right.
I'm not putting my words in there. I'm not taking away from it. So you guys have to really watch how you disassemble in your heart the things that you hear.
Coming off that beat.
Okay? Be very careful of your heart. He don't want you to do this.
Right.
Y'all know who I'm talking about, right?
That's right.
He has a way of getting to you. You know how he gets to you? Up in here and up in here. Your emotions and your thoughts. To make things happen, and he get up in here and make you feel a way. All right?
Damage your emotions.
He's not going to pop up in front of you and be like, yo, what's up? What did God tell you? He's not going to do that. He don't do that at all. He don't work like that. Okay? He's trickery.
The trick stuff.
It's a trickster. So he comes different. And this is your strength, and this is your magnifying glass, so you can see it. You say, well, that's him. No, leave it. It's close to Shabbat. It's close to Shabbat being that we don't work. Right?
Yeah.
Certain things, this here. Wait a minute, man. All of a sudden now, 15 minutes before sunset, things like that happen. See, me as a teacher, I observed this for many years. I've experienced it for many years. Okay? And my many experiences would tell me, leave that alone. That's him.
That's right.
Because I've got myself covered so much now, he come and slip now. Oh, nah, this ain't nothing. Well, we're not supposed to fix nothing today.
That's right.
Fix.
That's right.
Fix food.
That's right.
Fix something that's broke.
That's right.
Nothing gets fixed today. If it's crooked, leave it. It's not, God ain't gonna hate you for it. He ain't gonna say, oh, look, man. Oh, man, see, they forgot to do the dishes. The dishes is in the sink. And it's Shabbat.
No.
And it's a holy day.
No.
The dirty dishes in the sink don't have nothing to do with the Shabbat unless you go in there and you wash them.
That's
right.
Rinse is the wash. Unless you go in there and start putting them, drying them off, leave that alone.
They don't want roaches.
They say cleanliness. Talk about you don't want
They
roaches.
say cleanliness is next to godliness. That's in the New Testament, sir.
Talk about your roaches.
That's in the New Testament.
What
We
God
go
said.
by what God says. You
Clean and
shall
unclean.
keep things distinguished between the clean and the unclean, holy and the unholy, profane. Okay?
Brother, the roaches is there already.
Leave the roaches. Look, God created the roaches. They ain't gonna do nothing to you because
That'd be
you
bad.
because now see because you say, well, you know what? I'm gonna leave that stuff alone. Let the garbage overflow. The water bugs come out. Let them come out.
Let them come out.
This is God's way of feeding them now. And they forgot to get the garbage out. Come on over there and get your food. Because that's why they come. They don't come around because you're dirty. They come around because of food.
That's right.
That God next to cleansing this. Nah. Because you got people that shower 3 times a day. Smell fresh. Fresh to death. When you walk outside, beans shine. But inside, his heart is filthy before God. Woo. He hated his mother.
Woo. With his father.
He beat on his father. He don't respect people who honor their mother and father. Because wicked hate a righteous heart.
That's right.
So just naturally, you doing certain things that's right before God, I ain't gonna like you. I ain't gonna like you. My spirit don't take. Why? Because you're wicked. My spirit is wicked. You didn't do nothing to me.
That's what my friends is dropping off.
Because you have distinguished your life. And that's how you separate yourself from people, from world, from the family. Look, you're still gonna live in the same. It ain't like Abraham's time. When God told Abraham, get away from your kindred, they was all up to Syria. They was countries away. No, your family's still here in Brooklyn, still here in New York. But guess what? They know they can't come visit you today. They can't come calling you last night. Okay? Bugging you about frivolous things and miscellaneous things. All that, I'll be there. That's him. Want to rap. Sometimes just want to see you. You happy because it's a Shabbat? Watch it. Somebody's going to come around and destroy that mood. Watch it. Don't be the person to destroy everybody's mood on Shabbat. And don't allow a person to destroy your mood on Shabbat. God said I have be delightful in this day. We're the most miserable on this day, man. We have the most arguments, the most debates, the most everything, pointing the finger. Whoa. We ain't supposed to be judging today.
Give him some Hennessy.
We ain't supposed to be doing none of that, man. You got people who don't drink. You got people who don't smoke, so I can't put it on that. It's your heart.
Yeah.
It's your heart. Because I know people who don't drink.
Yeah. They like that.
And they act like that on Shabbat.
Give them a blow.
See, I can't put it in. This is the whole spectrum. The heart is not clean before God.
That's right.
Because like I said, I know people who don't smoke. There's Israelites who don't smoke, don't drink, and they have a problem on this day. Or you don't see them on this day.
See them every other
You see them every day, but then when Shabbat come, you don't see them.
disappear.
You ain't gonna be around too long. What's up? That's man and woman. Nobody's getting pinpointed out. We all in this, man.
That's right.
Okay? Until you can look at yourself the way you look at somebody else and can call it out, you're gonna fail. You're gonna fail. How can I look at you? Yeah, that's wrong what you said. That's wrong what you did. But then I do the same thing. I turn around 3 hours later and I do the same exact thing. That's why Chief Shaman said y'all ain't listening to y'all lessons. And I'm observing. I agree with him. I agree with him.
That's right.
Because I'm observing.
That's right.
I don't talk too much. I watch.
That's right.
That's what my Abba taught me.
Watch.
He said watch.
That's right.
And use this more than this.
Yeah,
So the only time you use this is when you up on that beamer.
That's right.
So all my tactics and all my methods and everything come from my Father. Everything we do here comes from my Father,
That's right.
who God taught. Pipe down. Let God's work work. Let God's words work on you. Because that's the real problem. Nobody got a problem with each other. You got a problem with God. But we take it out on each other. Because God not down here. They were gonna kill Moses and Aaron. But Moses and Aaron ain't the one that got them out of there and brought them into the wilderness. They said, you brought us out here. Wait a minute. Yeah, I led y'all out here by God's mighty hand.
Yeah.
Why don't you talk to God? Because I'm following his orders. Don't beef with me because you're really mad at the decision that I didn't make. I'm just carrying it out, and you can't stop me. Just like you can't stop the angel because he said, my name is in him. So watch your mouth. Watch what's going on in your hearts when you hear these words. It's not always thou shalt not. You read here a little, there a little. Then maybe, because it ain't guaranteed for everybody. Then you will know the going and the coming of who? Of Moses? Of man. Of God, the Most High. Now you know him. Now you can say, yeah, I know God because I live and I do the things that he commanded and I do the things that please him. Until then, you don't know him. We're still learning his ways. And this is how you learn them. You don't do, oh, wow, I'm not supposed to do that. And then you go, no, you read it, you apply it to yourself. That's how you master yourself. That's how you master your spirit. It could be done. So now we're gonna jump around a lot. See, I had to let y'all know to say, look, you gotta prepare your heart before you pray. The other day, somebody, even Moses got upset. Okay? Your patience, people, if somebody keep doing this to you, so long, you're gonna react. So I was in a reaction mode because of someone that kept doing this to me. And it was time to pray. I didn't pray. It was time to say, God, I didn't pray. I had to calm down, chill. When I felt myself regular, then I went and prayed. Because my heart, everything gotta be one and correct to pray to God. I can't be upset. Because it's gonna come in my head what I'm upset about while I'm praying. Right or wrong, y'all?
Right.
No, really.
That's right.
Y'all know we know how our brain works.
Right.
And you're not gonna miss out. So, man, but look, the Minkat, the evening offering, you got it all night. You got it all night.
Mm-hmm.
In Jerusalem, it's a line. They said, bring your offering where? To the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a line by that door. I'm not the only one bringing my offering. You bring it, everybody in the town bringing it here. So I'll just wait till I calm down and then I say my prayer. When it comes to God, versus certain things, you can't be emotional. You can't be over emotional. Like today, you can't be too happy today. You gotta watch what you're being happy about. Because then you'll be too happy and you're gonna violate the Shabbat. We already know we can't be too upset either. Because you're gonna violate that. You can't be sad, because then what you sad about today? On today's Shabbat. See what I'm saying? It's not about us today. Our emotions are to be channeled towards God. That's why we're more circumspect on ourselves today. And then you could do that, and that training get right, you could do that during the week. Now, we're going to go to the book of the law first. We're going to go to Leviticus. Oh, no, Exodus. We're going to go to Exodus. Exodus chapter 12.
Exodus 12.
Exodus 12. Verse 15.
Mm-hmm. Got a family, right? 12, 15.
Got it?
15. Yes. 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread.
This is about the Feast of Unleavened Bread, which is coming up soon.
Oh, yeah.
right around the corner,
Oh, yeah.
like another month. After this month is over now, towards the end of the March, or right after. All right? This is something we look forward to
Yes, sir.
because it commemorates the day that the Most High God gave the nation of Israel independence from being slaves. So you ain't got no business busting off fireworks on July the 4th, because that ain't your independence. You see?
Right.
No. Fireworks are for the heathens to celebrate their days. We can't worship God the way they worship their God.
That's right.
We can't call upon our God the way they call upon their God.
That's right.
That's all I'm saying. Our God is a holy God.
That's right.
All right? He's a holy God. Certain things with God, being that it's holy, are not to be touched, said, or mentioned. His offerings, the peace offering, can't go past 3 days. Anybody eat it is an abomination, am I correct? Once it hit 3 days, you gotta burn it, because why? It's holy. You can't put that in the garbage. Anything holy, I can't say, all right, let's not we throw this out. No. Even if it got polluted, got something unclean, you gotta close that up, put it to the side, and stash it. Because it's holy.
That's right.
The census that the men, 250 men, those princes,
250
leaders,
princes.
top-notch princes,
Men of renown.
and those censuses are made of gold and brass, silver. Even though they was in violation of God, who were they offering that incense to? The Most High. They trying to do what Aaron do. That was the problem. Why you got Aaron doing it? We're the children of the Lord too. We holy too. That was their thing. You don't have to be the only one doing it. We should do it too. So then Moses said, look, tomorrow pull up. It's the showdown now. And God, and we will see who God had chosen to offer to him. Because not anybody can do it. Moses, that wasn't even Moses' job. Moses' job was outside field work, leading the people. Boom, 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 boom. Aaron was inside. That's why Moses turned to Aaron and said the plague has begun. He got to go do it. I can't do it. Certain jobs my brother got, I can't do.
That's right.
Certain jobs I got, my brother can't do. Certain jobs, because it was commissioned by either God or parents. And that's a big thing. And it must be respected. It must be respected, man. So now it says 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. That's the whole reason for this. This is how we remember when God brought the people out of Egypt. How we remember it is a memorial. How we remember by 7 days eating unleavened bread. On the first day, you shall put leaven out of your houses. Right? He's read.
7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread. Even the first day you shall put away leaven out of your houses. Whosoever eateth leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from
If
Israel.
you mess around and eat leavened bread during that, between the first and the 7th day, you're cut off, but you're still alive. So that means you're getting pushed away a little bit more. And you made your spirit weaker. And the laws that you're doing are going to be stopped. Time sheet.
And in the first day, there shall be an holy convocation. And in the 7th day, there shall be a holy convocation.
The only days that we observe, celebrate, or memorial, whatever, is the days that God tells us to pull up together. And the new moon. We don't have to gather for the new moon. But these are the days that God recognized for us. Any other day, if any Israelite celebrating their birthday, you don't believe it yet? You don't want to let it go? It's pagan. It's idolatry. Jake on the cross ain't the only thing. There's a whole bunch of things. They got to let that one go. It'll show how much pride you got, because the birthday is about your pride.
That's right.
It is all for you. It makes you a god on that day.
That's
I'm
right.
gonna let that go.
Under the god of the astrology sign that you were born in. That's how birthdays were made up. The first world back then, nobody could follow or do their own birthdays. Only kings.
That's right.
Anybody else do their birthday, you die. The reason why is because the king says he is a god like the god and the idol he serves.
Right.
He feels that when he died, he is going to be that idol. Or he feels that he is that idol in the physical form.
Right.
However it go, he's not. Stop following people. We've been following people for ages, for decades, for millennium, for thousands of years. Damn it, since the world was made. Stop following people. These are the things, and I teach a guy about it. But my father told me one thing. He said, teach about the things, show the people their iniquity. They're not supposed to be happy with you every time you go up there.
Yeah.
So
That's
my
right.
father told me that. He said, you got to rattle them. He said, now you got to be diplomatic. You know what I'm saying? You don't do that all the time. You got to ease up, give the people some smoothness. But no, really, it's always going to be heat. It's always going to be heat. That's why I bang on things that nobody else bang on. Because that's how my father did it. No blood and fat. And I watch people get mad at my father for teaching that.
Right.
What's wrong with it? What's wrong with Leviticus 19? He was taught not to teach that. He was taught not to teach Deuteronomy 24. Yeah. They didn't want him teaching that. I'm giving y'all real history. You don't know the people you're dealing with.
Right.
It behooves everyone. But the only way we can agree with each other is if you agree with the book and I agree with the book.
Yeah.
If I agree with the book and you agree with the book, I'm gonna agree with you and you're gonna agree with me.
That's right. It's no rebuttal.
There's no back and forth.
no
It's
back and
nothing.
forth.
It's
No
nothing.
question and answering.
I agree with the book. You agree with this. That's it. We good, man.
That's right.
He said, "Is your heart like mine, man?
That's right.
You have the same zeal for God like me?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "Pull up. Get in my chariot. Come here."
Talking on, man.
But look. I can't agree with you and you ain't agree. We gotta both agree with him. God is the one that run this.
Question everything.
Everything gonna be questioned. That means you do not belong here.
Belong here.
And you know what else I know this?
Belong talking.
You know what else I know
Shut
this? You know what else I know this? If a person was invited to the president's house, you would be on your best manners.
Come on, man.
That's right.
I'm talking about Israelite,
Yeah, man.
okay?
Out of here, man.
And you would address the president by his title. That's what I'm saying, right or wrong? Would you call him Johnny or would you call him Mr. President?
Mr. President.
Out of here,
That's all I'm saying. Take what you want, run with it, leave it, put it in your pocket, eat it, boil it, I don't care. My guy told me to teach you whether you're here or forbear.
That's right.
Doesn't shake my boat,
Go somewhere else.
left or right. Okay?
Go somewhere else and question.
He
that.
said, look, he told Moses that. He told Moses that these are the people, those were the people, the real true live in Israel. And he said, look, tell them whether they're here or whether they listen or not. Don't worry about them. They're going to be popping junk. He told Jeremiah, look, they're going to make their faces hard against you. He said, I'm going to make your face harder than them.
That's
So
right.
don't worry about it.
That's right.
So it don't scare me.
That's right.
It don't scare Jeremiah. That's why he was able to go up to the king and said, thus say the Lord. Yo, the prophets of God was the only one that was able to correct the kings. Some of them still got killed.
Yeah, that's right.
Joash killed Zechariah.
Mhm.
King Joash. Now, Zechariah's father was Jehoiada the priest. And Jehoiada the priest is the one that saved Joash from getting killed when Jezebel's daughter Athaliah was killing up all the seed royal. They grabbed Elisheba, the wife of Jehoiada, grabbed him. This is Benaiah.
Right.
You see the same Benaiah that was around in Solomon's time?
Right.
That's his mother. She grabbed Joash and saved him because she killed all the seed, all the princes, all the royal seed. See, but one left. Hit him. Jehoiada hit him. Okay? It had Levites surrounding his bed while he sleep.
Protection.
For years. Right or wrong?
That's right.
For years. That didn't happen just one time. He said, even on the Shabbat, y'all stand guard with your sword strong. Boom. Because it's assassination time. Yeah, all that drama. You see, it's a lot of stuff. That's a lot, right? And that's us. That's Israel. Sound like a Greek story, right? That's how the Greeks used to go down, man. All that wasn't supposed to happen. Killing up the seeds, kings, that wasn't supposed to happen. And you know what Joash did? Joash became king. He became king, and instead of showing kindness to the son of the man who held him down, he was out of line with God. And Zechariah, God told Zechariah to go and rebuke him. So he went up there and told him what God told him to say, and he just grabbed him and he killed him. He killed him, man. And that was a wicked thing because I wouldn't have been alive if it wasn't for that guy's father. So why am I doing him like that?
That's right.
Oh, I got mad because he's messing up my sleep, blowing me up, man. He messing everything up. He blowing me up. Everything outside of following these commandments is about money.
That's right.
Religion is about money.
Yeah.
Trust me. Maybe the followers truly believe it, but the leaders know the deal. The leaders know who God is.
Right.
They know. But it's a high, heavy game. And you know how they get everybody? Because you can be who you want to be and still praise this idol.
Right.
You can still do what you want to do
Right.
and still praise that idol.
Live your life.
That's why it's so easy. That's why people can't see themselves doing this. Because I
Right.
can't be me.
That's right.
That's
right.
why.
That's why.
That's what I told a woman that I had. I said, yo, see, you don't want to do this because you want to be yourself. You want to come here and still be yourself here.
That's right.
That's the problem. You have to change. You have to change how you think.
That's right.
You have to change how you think in order to see yourself doing this. You can see it, but you refuse to. That's what I told her. I said, you're going to go back and you're going to serve that God of wood and stone more than you used to. The stuff that you didn't like doing, you're going to love doing it now. Yeah. And it's happening. It's observation, study, experience. That is a true definition.
She doing things that she never.
True definition. Now she's back doing stuff she never did before when she was a heathen. Same thing with the men. I know a dude, he's certain stuff, you can't break him with. He came, he played with this, he's back out there, and he has fallen victim. That's all I'm gonna say. He has fallen victim to what anything outside of this. You put yourself like it's duck season. Once you violate these commandments and you out of it, you might as well be a duck. And Elmer Fudd, he coming. That dude with the Bugs Bunny with the shotgun, he coming. Because it's duck season. Meaning that it's all out. All evil forces is on you now. The curse is out on you now. All of this is cut off. Time sheet.
And in the first day there shall be an holy convocation. And in the seventh day there shall be an holy convocation to you. No manner of work shall be done in them, save that.
All right. So we already know now. Anybody eat any leavening during the Feast of Unleavened Bread, you're automatically cut off. Nothing can save that. Go to Exodus chapter 30.
Exodus chapter 30.
Verse verse 30. Oh, no, man. So start from 30. Yeah, start from the top.
Exodus chapter 30.
Uh-huh.
And thou shalt make an altar to burn incense upon.
Now you got the altar, you got the altar, you got the burnt offering altar, right? And we put our burnt offerings on. And then you got an altar, right? That's nothing but incense goes on there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, incense is only to burn in the service and worship of God. Okay, so everybody else imitates that and burns incense to the fat God, to this God, to that God. That's why they do it. Okay, that's all right. They copy. And say, well, this bottle of water is my God, so I'm gonna burn incense to it. But incense was made to be burnt to the Most High God and worship in the temple by the high priest or priest in the temple or before the temple, the place where God chose to place his name there. So we don't have that now.
Talking about you worshiping.
Do we have that now? We don't have that now.
No.
So there should be no. All right, we don't have that. We don't have a priest, let alone a high priest. We don't have a high priest. Where's the Urim and the Thummim at? Where's the breastplate? Where's the crown that says holiness to the Lord?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the robe? The robe of righteousness, a pomegranate and a bell, a pomegranate and a bell. Okay, where's the ouches that sit on top here? Because he got onyx stones here. Got two onyx stones that sit here, and that's what's used to transfer sin of the people into the scapegoat. Yo, I don't know what y'all messing with. This is a real, true, and living God. And the setup that he has set up is a holy setup because it's his. Not just anybody was able to go. You can't walk in it, just walk in there. What happened when one king walked up in where he wasn't supposed to be? It's 83 steps to him. You're not getting past that. That's who lives in there. Priests.
Sword.
They can't come out of the compound. You can't come out the compound. Look, back then, if you was saying that you was a king and you wasn't, you dead. If you was saying you was a prophet and you wasn't, you dead. If you said you was what we just saying? A priest, whatever. You were a priest, you can't even claim that because that was hereditary. The kings were hereditary. We did not have votes.
Nope.
This was not a democracy.
Nope.
It's from generation to generation. He said, you teach your sons and your sons' sons. Meaning, I teach my son teaches his son teaches his son. I'm long gone dead. And what I'm teaching is still going on 300,000 years later.
That's right.
We have our own setup from the Lord. But what? We don't want that setup. We want to go outside. Yeah, I want to be outside. They say, yo, I'm outside. We like being outside of the law, outside of God. Just remember, man, the same things that happen to these people can easily happen to you.
That's right.
It easily happen to you. Stop playing around, and they had more strength than you, and they was closer to God.
That's right.
They were closer. So they still got cut off. He said, all of you that are alive with me this day is because you stuck to me. You cleaved to God. He said, everybody else that worship Baal and did this and that, I destroyed them. They're dead. They're gone. And they didn't get no burial. You know how many millions of Israelites died in that wilderness?
Yeah, a lot.
There was no burial. You can't bury nobody there. The ground is like cement. There's no water out there. So you can't plant nothing. They said, well, we can't grow nothing here. We can't feed. There's nothing out here. So you die out there, that's it. Guess who come eat you? Buzzards. And in the songs I read, in certain ways you could tell that a person was cursed after their death. If you see an animal eating on its body, specifically a bird. Birds love the eyes. Birds love the eyes. It's a fact. Buzzards and all them guys, they come for the eyes first. And they say, curse it. They say something about one that cursed his mother. He said, "Let the ravens or something eat his eyes out."
Mm-hmm.
I know y'all remember reading
Yeah.
that one, right?
Yeah.
So you know, like, look, I seen cats eat a man's brains
The dude got shot in front of me.
right in
man.
front of you, right
in
out
front of
here.
me. In his eye.
Beat,
And his
look,
brains was out on the
look.
floor and cats was
Look.
eating.
Cats came out and ate his body and was licking his blood like Ahab's blood got licked. Remember, he said the dog's gonna come and lick Ahab's blood. That's what I thought of when I saw it. His God is real. Observation and experience. This thing is real. And the life that man lived, he deserved it. He called for it. He called for it. I've seen that. So, and they say that, man, you got rats eating on your body. You was cursed, man. You died horribly, and you about to die again horribly.
Cats eat them.
God desecrate, man. Cats came out this alley and was eating it while the paramedics' body was still there. They was licking and eating brain parts. Like God commanded it. Like he already said it in the heavens is gonna happen. We just seeing it play out.
Yeah.
I've
seen that. I've seen that.
And thou shalt make an altar to burn incense upon. Of shittim wood shalt thou make it.
You can't make it of mahogany wood.
No.
You can't make it of wood you want.
Mhm.
You have to make it of shittim wood.
Mm-hmm.
You have to do it exactly like God say. He ain't explaining everything to you why.
That's right.
Your parents ain't explaining everything to you why. Sometimes they come and say, "Hey, man, I don't want you to do this. I want this here." And it don't make no sense to you. But guess what? It ain't got to make no sense to you.
Sense. That's right.
It don't. And that's how God did Adam and Eve. He put the tree there. He didn't put a gate around it. He didn't put the angel there to stop him. Left it there. I want to see if you can just follow a simple command. And that's your problem. That's my problem. That's your problem. We don't follow simple commands.
That's right.
That means we kind of messed up here, man. Yeah. But the therapy, you know what the therapy is? The first 5. The Psalms and the Proverbs and Ecclesiastes. Don't worry about the prophecy, because more than half of it has been done already. More than half of that prophecy happened already. Okay? When God said He's bringing all His people back and they're going to cross over, that happened already. They came back from Babylon. Okay? That was what happened. Everybody's talking about now? That happened in Babylon time.
Mm-hmm.
After the 70-year captivity. God said His people going to return. We read certain prophecies, they said, my people going to return, and then this going to happen, this going to happen. We thinking like, yeah, this is going to happen. It happened already. You don't know the times you're in. We are outside of this existence. The existence of holy people and the God, holy God. We're in the wicked world. We're in the world of the devil, man. This is the age of the devil and the adversary, man.
That's right.
Understand where you at. We're not in the world with honor and truth and justice and peace. You have to have that in you. This world is going to eat you up and leave you to God to get destroyed. That's what this is.
21st century.
Now. Right now. This is the worst. We live in the worst times.
That's right.
This is the worst times. Okay? The only thing you got is Most High and His word. Look. You live by it, you die by it. The Maccabees, they died by these commandments.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
But they still lie.
Yeah, they still alive.
He said, I'm getting my arms back.
Hannah, her
He
son.
He said, cut my tongue.
Hannah and her
So I'm getting my
son.
tongue back. So I'm getting my nose back. I'm getting my eyes back.
But you?
He said, but you, almost wicked heathen.
But you?
He gave it to him. You know who he was talking to? Antiochus Epiphanes. This guy's This certain king was the wickedest out of all his line. Yeah. He said, yo, I can't quote it word for word, but he said, you're going to go to hell. Plain simple, you're going to go to hell. You're going to get destroyed where you go. For what you're doing to God's people. He said, don't worry about what we going through. We're going through this because of our sin. Not that ain't got nothing to do with you, heathen.
Right.
You are allowed to do that because God only allowed you to do that. The only reason why you got that off is because I sinned. I messed up. Just like a basketball team. They lost because what? They made mistakes. If they didn't make those mistakes and mess up, they would have won. So don't even look at me a certain way. The only reason why that happened, because I messed up with God. I know where I'm at with God. You, when you're, no, I'm good. I'm correct. I know how to correct my stuff. I'm correcting my stuff. You hate my God.
God got something for you.
God got something for you. And when you leave here, you ain't never leaving. He's going to destroy you.
Yeah.
And they killed him. And he said that. They died proudly.
Oh, yeah.
They died proudly, man. 7 sons that still live with their mother. Don't let nobody tell you about, oh, you still live with your mother? That's American.
That's right.
Because the way of America, the Western world, the whole world is, hurry up and get away from them.
And live with your woman.
And go get a woman and let her rule you.
That's right. Let her run you. You hear that?
That's what men are doing.
That's right.
They're going away, leaving their mother, the only woman is supposed to rule them.
That's right.
They hate their father.
Yeah.
Whatever. Then they go and get a woman and let that woman run them.
That's right.
And then you die in your sin.
You hear that?
That's most of these heathen men.
That's right.
Don't be like them.
Heathen.
That's their life, man. I don't want us to man. That's my father. Forget my father. And he get plugged in the street by a 13-year-old. Right? For punishment. Mind your business. Mind your business. Whatever your mother and your father went through, mind your business.
That's right.
Because when you get a woman and you have a son, he's got to mind his business. The same thing you want, you got to give up.
That's right.
That's right. That's right.
That's right.
You hear it?
Yeah. But you only got to give up to 2. Everybody only got to give up to 2. Who the 2? Mother and father. Because God said.
That's right.
Nobody else on this planet can get that. And if you do what they say and honor them, God gonna be with you.
That's
and
right.
He will open you up
Throughout your life.
to do more good and righteousness before Him.
That's right. You don't believe that.
Term sheet.
A cubit shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof. 4 squares shall it be.
Okay.
And 2.
Go down to verse 9. Because this is about the altar of incense and the incense.
Ye shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burn sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall ye pour drink offering thereon. And Aaron shall make an atonement upon the horns.
This is the altar. This is the incense altar he's talking about.
Once in the year with the blood of the sin offering of atonement.
Once a year. That's 10 days before Yom Kippur. He don't be in there in the Holy Holies messing with these things every day. Once he's finished with the sacrifice and what he got to do, he go back out of there and go in his quarters where his family at. They don't stay in there.
No.
They don't go up in there, man. Time sheet.
In the year, offering sin offering of atonement. Once in the year shall he make atonement upon it throughout your generation. It is most holy unto the Lord. The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, when thou takest the sum of the children of Israel after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto the Lord. When thou numberest them, that there be no plague among them, when thou numberest them.
Right.
This they shall give, every one that passeth among them that are numbered, half a shekel.
That's what you go to consensus. Time sheet.
Half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel is 20 gerahs, and half a shekel shall be the offering of the Lord. Everyone that passeth among them that are
20
numbered.
gerahs. We had our own money. Shekels, gerahs. You know what I'm saying? It changes now. We're in a different Whatever country is running it, got their own money.
You know we got $0.25.
Now we got $0.25, $0.50, stuff like that. Metro cards. Some shit.
From 20 years old and above shall give an offering unto the Lord.
So it starts at 20 and up. Okay? Some shit.
The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than a half a shekel.
Everybody just got to give up half a shekel. I don't care if you rich or you poor. See how God works? Because I ain't going to have the rich people looking better than the poor people. Because, you know, people got money, their ego. We call ego. God told it pride.
Right, yeah.
Orgullo. Okay? So look, at that moment, everybody on the same level. Some shit.
The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than a half a shekel.
Uh-huh.
When they give an offering unto the Lord to make an atonement for your souls. And thou shalt take the atonement money of the children of Israel, and shalt appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, that it may be a memorial unto the children of Israel before the Lord, to make an atonement for your
All right,
souls.
go down to verse 19 now.
For Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and their feet there.
In
They go-
the tabernacle, which is the tent of meeting, is before the temple. They had a laver, looks like a bathtub, filled with water. And this is where Aaron and his sons wash their hands and their feet. Okay? They have to wash their hands and their feet before they go messing around with the holy utensils of God.
They didn't change the water.
And now that water don't get changed.
That's right.
The water stays there. There's no cleaning. Ain't no getting no Clorox spray and spraying and cleaning the altar that you can.
That's
Look, if that altar got ashes and blood, bones, leave that alone.
Righteousness.
Later on in the law, it says in the spirit, with the spirit of jealousy, he said, when a man, not a woman, when a man feels jealous over his woman, it's out of nowhere.
That's right.
But today it's different. The woman get jealous.
Man, I don't know why.
Look, they get so jealous. Oh, look. If I want to break you up with your woman, all I gotta do is lie. I ain't gotta tell the truth. Because that's what she wanna hear. She gonna run on that.
All I gotta do is say,
All I gotta do is say, yo. All I gotta do is say, yo. I said, your man over here, what? It's on. It's on. But I heard the rage. I heard the rage and the jealousy of a man cannot be measured.
talking to another girl.
So you can see when a man is jealous, when God is jealous, people die. Somebody get hurt very bad. Because that's who it's meat for. Okay? That has to get calmed down too. Where are we getting this generation of sisters that's against men having more than one wife? Yeah, when I was growing up, everybody had more than one wife.
That's right.
Now, nobody got more than one wife.
it's not his wife, bro. He just talked to her. Just say hi.
Look.
Just
I'm
say
sorry,
hi.
but the man get hit, the woman got to get hit too. This is why, yo, this is why our numbers are dwindling. Because we got baby mamas and baby daddies, condoms, free for all.
What happened to you,
The
man?
woman, the sisters are messing with heathen men. We've been messing with heathen women.
That's right.
Don't know how to stop. Now the women are doing it. So our babies is going out there to Jake, not here.
Word, man.
But if the men stop playing around, the women stop playing around, we'll have, you got a bunch of sons, you got 3 women, you got a bunch of sons there, and they all follow God. That's beautiful. But see, when we follow every ideal of the heathen, it breaks us down.
That's right.
As a people, as a family, and then as a person. Time sheet.
When they go into the tabernacle of the congregation, they shall wash with water.
Every time they go in, they have to wash with water. Okay? That they what?
That they die
That
not.
they die not. Not because cleanliness is next to godliness, because of it is holy. They're about to touch God's holy utensils, and they're about to do sacrifice to him. And it's the most holy thing to do on this planet. what a person to do. Sacrifice to God in the Holy of Holies. That high priest is the most holiest person.
That's right.
He's on high. That's why the plague stopped. But not every time the plague came, he was able to do that.
That's right.
Why? Why? 'Cause after a while, I get tired of telling you. After a while, I get tired of warning you. And that was God. That was God. So other things had to stop the plague. Like Phineas going out and making that kill. Ah. Yeah. The stakes get higher and higher. Tom sheet.
Or when they come near to the altar, that the altar to minister, to burn offerings made by fire unto the Lord. So they shall wash their hands and their feet, that they die not. And there shall be a statute forever to them, even to him and to his seed throughout their generation. Moreover, the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Take thou also unto thee the principal spices of pure myrrh, 500 shekels, and of sweet cinnamon, half so much, even 250 shekels, and of sweet calamus, 250 shekels, and of cassia, 500 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, and of olive oil.
All of this is called a confectionery. It's a mixture of different spices that makes an incense. Tom sheet. You know it smells sweet because cinnamon is in it. Tom sheet.
And thou shalt make it an oil of holy ointment.
Holy ointment means it only has one purpose.
It's a holy ointment.
It's a holy ointment. Okay? Tom sheet. Smell good. That smells good. I know it smells good because cinnamon and myrrh smells good. I don't know what calamus smell like and cassia, but I know cinnamon and myrrh, they smell good on its own. Cinnamon smells sweet. And then you mix it with an olive oil, a hen. I don't know what a hen is. I can't tell you what the hen is today.
Measurement.
It's a certain measurement.
Yeah.
Okay. We had our own measurements.
Right.
We had our own everything, man. Economics, everything. All right. Oma, Kira, hen. We had our own. All right. Tell you.
An ointment compound after the art of the apothecary. It shall be an holy anointing oil. And thou shalt anoint the tabernacle of the congregation therewith, and the ark of the testimony.
Yeah, see, this is what you put it on. You take this holy, good smelling oil and anoint the tabernacle of the congregation with the ark of the testimony and the table, all its vessels, the candlesticks, which is really lamps, and its vessels, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering with all his vessels, and the laver and his foot. And thou shalt sanctify them, that they be most holy. Whosoever touches them shall be holy. That's why everybody can't go up in there. That's why everybody can't go up in there. Because everything in there is holy. And certain things, you go up in there and touch and make you holy. You don't deserve to get holy. You ain't deserve it. You ain't work for it. That's why he kicked them out. He said, "Man, y'all can't eat the tree of the tree of good and evil." He said, "You ain't gonna stay here and eat the tree of life because now you're gonna live forever being wicked." So kick them out. Don't you?
And the table, and all its vessels, and the candlestick and its vessels, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offerings with all its vessels, and the laver and its foot. And thou shalt sanctify them.
Okay, go down to verse 33.
Whosoever compounded any like it, whosoever put any of it upon a stranger, shall even be cut off from his people.
If I put, because it smells good, if I put it on my clothes, I bring it in my house, make everything smell good. He said, "I'm gonna cut you off." That was for them. We don't have that now. We ain't got to worry about that no more. But I'm just showing you how easy it is to get cut off. For them back then, just an ointment, a holy ointment, if it was used against how God said to use it, you're cut off. But it's just ointment, it's just lotion. And you just a fool. Because you really don't know what holy is. Tell she.
And the Lord said unto Moses,
Okay, hold up. just roll with me. I'm gonna go through certain chapters real quick. All right, roll with me real quick. Leviticus 20, verse 17. If a man shall take his sister and his father's daughter or his mother's daughter and see his nakedness, and she see his nakedness, it is a wicked thing. They shall be cut off in the sight of the people. He hath uncovered his sister's nakedness, and he shall bear his iniquity. In Leviticus 20:18, if a man shall lie with a woman having her sickness, meaning you lie with her while she on her period.
You hear
I was watching a show the other day, and the girl is a female cop. She going undercover, and the guy wants to go to bed with her. So she's like, "Yo, what do I do?" She was like, "Yo, there's many ways to get out of it. Tell him you on your period." She said, "You old school." She said, "Yeah." She said, "Oh, you're old school, right?" She said, "People today don't care about that. It's better."
That's nasty.
This generation, boy. Look, people are being born like this. Okay? Yeah, man. Everything's going out the window.
That's right.
What is nasty and what is not good? It's good now. It's not a problem. Ain't let it go. It's getting worse. It's not getting any better.
Worse.
The only thing supposed to get better is me with God. I'm not supposed to expect this world get nah. I already know from what God, woe to the world and them that dwell therein.
That's right.
Thus saith the Lord God, my right hand shall not spare the sinners.
That's right.
Going back to here, if a man shall lie with a woman having her sickness and shall uncover her nakedness, he hath discovered her fountain. She hath uncovered the fountain of her blood. Both of them shall be cut off. She's cut off. He's cut off by having sex while she's on her period. Okay? He said, whosoever he be of your holy seed, of the seed among your generations that goeth unto the holy things. Okay? God's holy things, he said, which the children of Israel hallowed, made sacred, made separate for God unto the Lord, having his uncleanness on him. Okay? My uncleanness on me is the uncleanness of man or disease. The semen came from me. I ejaculated. Once a man ejaculate, whether on purpose or not, you're unclean.
Right.
And anything that it touches is unclean.
Right.
Okay? You have to wash from head to toe. All right? So you have that uncleanness. That's why they couldn't go around the holy things. All right? He said that soul shall be cut off from my presence. Meaning he ain't going to be around me and around none of my holy stuff. Because anywhere God have holy things, his presence is there. That's why he said, don't come up in here without making the smoke, because I could be sitting in here. And if you come in here and you get to see what I look like, you're dead. He said that to Aaron. Because Aaron is the only one that go in the Holy of Holies. It's a small little room, look like a walk-in closet. And that's where the ark sit at. That's the only thing in there is the ark of God. In the Holy of Holies, nothing else is in there, and its roof is no roof, so that the incense, smoke, everything go up.
Go up, yeah. No flags flying around in there.
He said, but the soul that do it all presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproacheth the Lord, and the soul shall be cut off from among his people. Right? Whosoever touches the dead body of any man that is dead. Mostly all of us in here is unclean by the dead. And there's a way to get rid of that uncleanness, but we need the high priest. We need the high priest. We need where we gonna get all these things from? Okay, now we're gonna go to 1 Samuel. 23. Tell you the chapter right now. Yeah, second Samuel, my fault. 2 Samuel 23, verse 8. Second Samuel 23, verse 8. Matter of fact, start from the top.
2 Samuel chapter
20,
23.
yeah, 23. I got no time. Start from the top.
Now these were the last words of David.
This is when David was about to die. He's about to leave here now. All right? These were his last words. Remind me of the last words Muhammad told me. Remind me of the last words Muhammad gave me and my brothers. You know, commands, warnings. You know, what to do, what not to do. Ultimate commands. Time sheet.
David, the son of Jesse, said, and the man who was raised up on high, the anointed of the God of Jacob, and the sweet psalmist of Israel said,
See that, man? See that? He wasn't just David the king. The man who was raised up on high by who? God. He was elevated. Okay? The anointed of the God of Jacob. That's David. The anointed one of the God of Yaakov. That's a hell of a title, man. And the sweet psalmist of Israel. That's why all of our prayers are not made up. We glorify God and we pray to God with the prayers that were made from David. That's how it was set up. David set up all of our prayers. We don't have to make them up. He did the work for us.
That's right.
Solomon set up how we pray, where to, and how it's set up, even when we're not in the land. Do you see how big those two dudes was?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Psalms and Proverbs. Psalms was written by David. Proverbs was written by Solomon. They wrote down stuff for guys like us, for the ones that ain't going to be there, for the ones that, because they knew that temple was not going to be there too long. They knew this ain't going to last. Moses told them, "You're gonna go, I know what you're going to do. It ain't going to last." So they said, "Look, this is what we're going to do. So whoever want to serve God, I'll show you how." That's what we get the Proverbs down there for. Sweet psalmist of Israel. What did he say?
The Spirit of the Lord spake by me,
He said, "The Spirit of the Lord spake by me."
and his word was
Man, like he a prophet. That's what the prophet. That's how the prophets get. God don't appear before them. They be walking, and boom, you hear his voice. But when he hear God's voice, the Spirit of the Lord is talking to him. And the same thing happened to him. He was juiced up enough to take the ephod from the priest, put it on. He didn't need the priest. He put it on himself. He also prophesied. And when he didn't know what was going on and he needed an answer, he got an answer very quick from God. Are they coming to get me? Yes, they're going to get me.
Oh, yeah.
Are these people going to Keilah, or the people of Keilah are going to turn me in? Yeah. Even though you just saved them, they're going to turn you in. Go. It's coming now. Who gets that? Who gets that? You're on the run, worried. You're hiding out. You don't know the police is coming to kick the door in, but you get a voice in your head say, "Yo, get up out of here now. You're on your way." We don't get that. We're far away from God. He got that. He was able to get out of there before Saul raided. Before he come kicking the door. Because he was close to God and his ways was correct before God. And when he sinned, he acknowledged his sin. He acknowledged his sin, y'all. You know why? Because the problem was brought to him in the form of somebody else. Somebody else. Yo, man, you know what this guy over here did? Yeah, he did. Oh, yeah? Well, we need to break his neck. I said, hold on. That's what you did. That's you. That's what Nathan did to David.
Right.
And Nathan, David, yo, ain't nobody was tougher than him now or ever. Nobody was tougher than David. And he humbled himself. He acknowledged, man. This man killed bears and lions with bare hands, holding his father's stuff down. And he only ran from Saul because he was the Lord's anointed.
That's right.
He didn't have to.
No.
His men didn't want to. His men didn't want to. Tell shit. We're gonna read about his men. We're gonna see the type of dudes he had with him. Tell shit.
The Spirit of the Lord spake by me, and his word was in my tongue. The God of Israel said, the Rock of Israel spake to me. He that ruleth over men must be just.
He said the Rock of Israel, not the Rock of Gibraltar. The Rock of Israel, meaning that's my rock. If I'm drowning, I just grab onto that rock and I'll be saved. I'll get salvation. Yeah, he's my beacon in the darkness of death. You know what a beacon is? A light, a guide. The fire by day, the cloud by night. The cloud by day, the fire by night. He's my guide. He's who I call on, and he's going to show me the way. He's my portion. I don't care about nothing else on this planet. I don't want to get rich or die trying. I don't want to be no rapper. I don't want to try to get on.
Now I want to be in the lot of the righteous.
We got to pay bills, pay my bills, that's it.
I want to be in the lot
I don't want to be
of the
famous. Famous amongst bisexuals, homosexuals, devil worshippers, people who hate God. I don't want to be above them and they look at them. Hey, no.
No, I'm good.
My pride don't go there. No, it ain't about that. Nah, man. I want to be famous in the courts of heaven. I want my name to ring like my pop's name ringing.
That's right. When I die, I want to go to the lot
I
of
want
the
my
righteous.
name to ring. So I'm putting my work in now. And I
A lot of
paid
the
a
wicked.
lot of ignorance, no mine, even my own. And you know what my own ignorance is? The thoughts that are not good that come in my head. Man, what you thinking about, man? See, the more I try to do this, the more you come mess with me. And I get mad and leave. That's how I use my anger now. I get mad at the wickedness I do. Not what you do. I don't have time for that. What if you never stop? I'm gonna blow a vein. Come shit.
And he shall be as the light of the morning. When the sun rises, even the morning without clouds, as the tender grass springeth out of the earth by clear shining after rain.
Look, this is poetry, man. David made poetry, man. David King, he's comparing. This is what we call in the hip-hop game a metaphor. He's comparing this is like this, God is like this. He's comparing a beautiful sight, a beautiful sunrise. Because God made all that. God made all that scenarios. Tom Sheep.
Although my house be not so with God.
He said, even though my house is not with you,
That's right.
not all my sons is with you, not all my daughters. I'm the only one. My house is not with you, God. Toshi.
Although my house be not so with God, yet he had made with me an everlasting covenant, ordered in all things and sure. For this is all my salvation and all my desire, although he make it not to grow.
He said, this is my desire. That's what he wanted. Yet God made with me an everlasting covenant, ordered in all things and for sure. That's my desire. I want that covenant. I'm going for that covenant because that covenant is a sure thing. Everything else is not sure and it don't last forever. But I can get to that covenant, I will last forever.
That's right.
Jump sheet. See, they tell you certain things like if you can't beat them, join them. That's for wicked and weak people. That's for wicked and weak people, man.
That's right.
They tell you about, oh, nothing good lasts forever. The good of God lasts forever.
Okay.
And if I'm good before God, he will cause me to last forever.
That's
So what
right.
you talking about, nothing lasts forever? What are you talking about? Nobody's perfect. God told Abraham, walk down before me and be perfect. God ain't going to tell man to do something he's not capable of doing. Who made these sayings?
The wicked.
The wicked.
That's
We
right.
heard one today. The fathers have eaten sour grapes and the children's teeth are set on edge. God said, I don't like that saying. God said, I don't like that saying that y'all can't. And so everything that we come up with is not good.
That's right.
You don't like those sayings. You can't follow the sayings of the heathen. Follow the sayings of your forefathers. If you're really an Israelite, quote Solomon,
That's right.
quote David, quote Moses. not as Socrates and sages,
Euclides.
and none of these people, man.
He said quote, not question.
Quote.
Not question.
Because once you question it, you disassemble.
Disassemble.
When you disassemble even out loud or in the heart,
Yeah.
you
Disassemble.
just stood up to God and you stuck your chest out. to
That's
him.
right, niggas and
Not to
nigglets.
me, not to him, not to
Yeah.
them, not to the next teacher in
Yeah.
the camp, not to
Yeah.
these people. You did that to God.
I did it to
Because
God.
he told me, he
Yeah.
said, yo, God heard every word that y'all said in y'all tents.
Cut off.
Y'all cursing God out.
Niggas
But
cut
he
off.
heard everything you say.
Niggas is cut.
Just imagine what you messing with.
Can't see.
God heard millions of people saying stuff out loud and in their heart all at the same time. And he knew what they was going to say before they said it. Listen, that's what make God God.
Come on, man.
Because see, that type of information, my brain can't handle. It's too much. The secrets that people want to find out, if God tell us we will die, it's too much. The secret of knowledge of good and evil was too much. That's why we die now. So forget about the secret things. Leave that alone. Stay out of Genesis. Only experts should be in Genesis. Because people are putting stuff that's not in Genesis. Okay? Stay out of that. Leave that alone. Read what it said. God made this on this day, he made that on that day. Leave it the way it is.
That's right.
Time sheet.
But the sons of Belial shall be all of them as thorns thrust away, because they cannot be taken with hands. But the man that shall touch them must be fenced with iron and the staff of a spear, and they shall be utterly burnt with fire in the same place. These be the names of the mighty men whom David had.
Now, David had some guys they called mighty men. One of his sons was plotting the role on David. Okay? Hushai the Archite. He said, yo. He said, you don't know your father?
That's right. You could have yeah.
He could be right out there right now.
I can.
Looking at you. He's probably he like this right now. In the foxhole. That's what they call fox. Hey, this man, he said, look, they are vicious. They're like bears robbed of their whelps. You ever seen an animal when they have kids? Look, the cat, a dog, let alone a bear. You go around and go close to their young, you're dead. I got chased by a turkey in the woods because I went to do business in the woods, my business. And as I turn around and look, I see a little turkey. He just walked up next to me. I said, oh, wow, look at the little turkey, a little baby turkey. I heard, I turn around, I ain't hear no gobble gobble. He said, I turn around and look, his head was up to here. And he went like this and started coming at me. I got about the woods, got back on the concrete. When I hit the concrete, he said, stop. He stopped and backed up and went back in the woods. Why? I was in his territory. That's why. That's why sharks attack.
Oh yeah. In the water.
Because you're naked you're naked. I said, yeah, you're naked. Yeah, you're naked. Everybody that go to the beach to swim out there, you're wearing whatever you're wearing out there. It ain't clothes, it's underwear. Some beaches are topless. So of course you're going to attract sharks because this is something that God's people don't do. The tribe of Zebulun lived by the beach. They didn't go, we're going out to the beach to swim. They didn't do that. There's a lot of customs we follow we ain't supposed to be doing.
That's right.
Time sheet.
The Tachmonite that sat in the sea, chief among the captains, the same was Adino the Eznite.
He said the Tachmonite. This guy is the Tachmonite. I would like to say that name, the Tachmonite. He said the Tachmonite. This guy, he sat in the seat. He was a chief.
That's what name was.
Okay? Everywhere he went, they had a seat for him. Boom. He was chief among the captains. So you got 5 captains. He's the top captain amongst all the captains, like the boss of bosses. Some shit.
He lifted up his spear. He lifted up his spear against 800.
800 men.
He was
This
two
is
at
what
once.
makes these men mighty. Listen, man. All that about, yo, the 3 guys came out and they jumped me. That guy fought 800 men
At one time,
by himself
by himself,
Kill it.
with one spear,
and killed them.
no gun. This is what happens. Look. And these were men who followed a man of God. These were men who served a man of God faithfully, and they were willing to die for this man of God. So God was with them when they went to war. Tamshi. This right here. Ooh.
And after him was Eleazar, the son of Dodo, the
Eleazar,
Ahohite,
the son of Dodo, the Ahohite.
one of the 3 mighty men with David, when they defied the Philistines that were there gathered together to battle. And the men of Israel were gone away.
They ran off. He didn't run.
They run.
Not everybody runs.
Yeah.
Not everybody runs. I heard one dude say, man, I'm tired of running. And yo, he survived. He survived. It's not a good thing to run before your enemies. Nah, that means God ain't with you. Tell she.
He arose and smote the Philistines until his hand was weary, and his
He
hand
fought-
clave unto the sword.
His hand. Look, those swords are heavy. Swords are heavy, right? And you gotta hold them tight already. And you hacking. Blood is getting on it. The blood is drying. And if you clench your fists like this for half an hour, you're gonna feel how hard it is to open it up. So imagine this guy fighting, who knows, God only knows how long. He smote Philistines until his hands was weary and his hand clave unto the sword. You can't even say how many Philistines he killed. You know what that means? Ain't no on guard.
Hundreds.
Wrong, wrong, wrong. Every swing, every
Swing.
was a kill. Just like one shot, one kill. Every bullet come out kill. Every time I swing, my sword is taking somebody's head off. That's the only way he was able to survive this, because he's by himself.
Doliah, the men of Israel left.
They
and
ran.
They
ran,
ran.
and he the only one there. But he said, "Look, I'm gonna die. I'm not. Look. My enemy gonna respect me.
Hundreds.
You know what they're gonna say? Yo, man, we got him, but damn, we gave him a fight. I wish he was on our side." That's how he fought. Tamshi.
And the Lord wrought a great victory that day.
That's right. God brought a great victory. That was God's victory. Tamshi. They didn't take nothing for themselves, man. Everything was in the name of God. Tamshi.
And the people returned after him only to spoil. And after
And then
him,
the people came only to what?
To spoil.
They ain't not to fight. This is why Moses got mad earlier. He said, yo, I ain't with this. Y'all ain't gonna chill here because y'all got y'all, and then your brother gotta go out there. Your brothers that's out there, y'all gonna go help them because they helped you get this.
Man, it left me to fight for myself. I kill up
Nah,
everybody.
man.
Now y'all want to come back.
Now you want to come back and get the spoils. Oh man, that ain't right. Tell shit.
and after him was Shammah, the son of
No.
Aki.
Once somebody die, they want your possessions. I noticed that. They want your possessions, man. He made the kill. He should get the spoil. But I want some of the spoil now. Israel is something else, man. Tell she.
And after him was Shammah, the son of Agi, the Hararite. And the Philistines was gathered together into a troop, where was a piece of ground full of lentils.
Lentils.
Shama.
Lentils. The same lentils you don't like to eat.
That's right.
He defended a small farmland,
Yeah.
small because it was small. It wasn't no big money, man, acres, and he defended where that lentils at, because that's the only food they got. Look, this is my duty, right? My husband did this for me one time. He said, yo, go in the door. Don't let no man pass that door. He said, any man pass that door, whoever passes, you're right. You remember?
Nigga ain't letting nothing.
Look, ain't nobody got past that door. Nobody got past that door.
After Sunday, like Still, nigga, you better go ask Allah, nigga. I'm not letting
I'm not
nobody.
letting, no, the sun was down. Shabbat over. Nobody got out there. And everybody respected it because it wasn't my decision.
Right.
See? It wasn't my decision.
That's right.
I wanted to go. It was time. Time to get, you know what I'm saying? Time to.
And the people fled from the Philistines.
Uh-huh.
But he stood in the midst of the ground and defended it, and slew the Philistines, and the Lord wrought a great victory.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 of the 30 chief went
Now,
down.
you got 30 of them, 30 mighty men, but you had 3 of them that stuck out,
Yeah.
right?
That's what
Time sheet.
And came to David in the harvest time unto the cave of Adullam.
You see
And
where
the
they
tru-
come in harvest time. They coming to jack you for your food. These people was coming and invading Israel for food. These people got, they got land, they got farmlands, they got oil. But no, we going up in there and get that. And then you got the kings now. They like, bro, Jerusalem, there's a lot of ice in Jerusalem. Jerusalem is kind of drippy. That's the word they use. They drippy. Drippy means a lot of jewels, a lot of ice. You see drippy all the way, far away from Jerusalem. Nebuchadnezzar did divination. He took a cow liver and he does witchcraft with it, and he can see the future. Yeah, that stuff is real. But you have to do abominations to get that power. That's why God said, leave it alone. But you know what? When he looked in there to see who he gonna conquer next, God interrupted the vision and showed him Jerusalem. And when he saw Jerusalem, he said, that's the next target. That's why Nebuchadnezzar came down and hit Jerusalem. God showed him. Okay? Because they was wrong before the Most High at that time. Tell me.
And the troop of the Philistines pitched in the valley of Rephaim.
Uh-huh.
And David was then in the hold, and the garrison of the Philistines were then in Bethlehem. And David longed and said, oh,
See, look,
that
they
one-
took over Bethlehem. Bethlehem was ours. That's where David is from. You know what I'm saying? So they took that area over, and that's where the water is at. So David said now, oh, that one would give me a drink of the water of the well of Bethlehem is by the gate. He said, man, I want some of that water there. Listen to this. I'm going to finish it off. He said, 3 mighty men break through the hosts of the Philistines. When he said that, it's 30 of them. 3 just took off. They took off. And they went and drew water of the well of Bethlehem that was by the gate. And they took it and brought it to David. They had to fight. They could have died bringing that water to David. He said, and they brought it to David. Nevertheless, he would not drink. He said, oh, wow, I can't drink this now. Not after what y'all did. He said, well, I'm going to pour it out to God because God brought that victory. See how unselfish David was? He said, before it be it far from me, Lord, that I should do this. Is this not the blood of the men that went in and jeopardized of their lives? He said, these guys went and put their lives in jeopardy, man. I can't be the one. No. This water is for you. He said, therefore, he would not drink it. He said, Abishai, the brother of Joab, Joab's brother, the same Joab, this is Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, was chief among the 3. He lifted up his spear against 300 and slew them. He slew 300 men with a spear. And the name among the 3, he said, was he not most honorable? Therefore was their captain. Howbeit, he attained not unto the first 3. Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, son of a valiant man of Kabziel, who had done many acts, he slew 2 lion-like men of Moab. Okay? It's wartime. They're in a foxhole, in the hole, trying to ambush, and he spotted them. These guys look like lions. Okay? All right? And there ain't too much room down there. He went down in there and killed both of them. Close quarter combat. Okay? He went down also, and he slew a lion in the midst of a pit in time of snow. Beside that, he got to kill off a lion. He killed a lion. Yeah, right? In the time of snow. He said he slew an Egyptian, a goodly man. Now he was a goodly man before God. He was good with this. He was good with the sword. He said the Egyptian had a spear in his hand, but he went down to him with a staff. and plucked the spear out of the Egyptian's hand and slew him with his own spear. That's how you know you're nice. This is where they get the karate films from. All right, you got the old man and he walking with a cane, and these guys come with swords, and he go boop, 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 and everybody's disarmed. Right? That's where they get it from. Tamshi, wait, no. These things did Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, had the name amongst the mighty three. He was more honorable than the 30, but he attained not to the first three. David set him over the guard, so he's captain over the guard. Asael, the brother of Joab, was one of the 30. Elhanan, the son of Dodo of Bethlehem. Now, in this run, the rest of these names, all the 30. There ain't no chumps here in Israel. We don't go around starting trouble. That's the thing. We don't go around starting trouble, and we defend ours. All right? And when God is with you, there's no fight you're going to lose. Like my Abba said, these men were the type of men that that would kill a brick and put a piece of iron in the hospital. Just think about that. How can you kill a brick? And how can you put a piece of iron in the hospital? What did you do to the piece of iron? These were these guys. That's how hard they was. Shalom Aleichem. That's how hard they was. 300, 800 dudes.